Welcome to Puzzle Night. Let's take a look at some puzzles. This is Kudzu Regrowth Riddle by Tempfunk, or Tempest Funk, who is the creator of probably the very best escape room series in Mario Maker 2 that I've seen so far, so very accomplished puzzle designer on multiple scales, but we are going to look at one of his single screen works today. Single screen puzzle, no hard tricks needed, and nothing hidden. And a somewhat concerning 1.5% clear rate. So let's get in there, see what it's all about. About a 30-second record, so the actual sequence to execute should not be terribly complex, but sometimes we can't depend too much on speedrun related information. Okay, interesting. It's going to scroll up to the top half of the screen. You can kind of see the placement of the goal as a little offset from what it usually is, and so what are we going to do with that? We've got bombs that are firing from the right side, and it looks like ultimately what we want to do is we want to have a bomb drop on this question block here. Once the bomb drops on the question block, we need the ability to take damage, probably with the mushroom to the left of the thwomp. And that doesn't do much for me because it actually runs straight into the one-way panel beside the goal. So the question is, I see. The question block is linked by a track to a vine, indicating that there is a vine that will spawn. Which means that, well, I mean, we don't quite know what's going on in the lower level below where we can see the screen right now. We do know that we need the P-switch to be active at the time that we get through the door. And we also know that we'll need the on state to be active. Unless, of course, we have E-blocks plus one tile something to stand on that will get us through the door. But regardless, the P-switch will need to be active. POW is linked to the munchers in the top right. Of course, to do a full unstack, you'll need multiple muncher activations, although, hey Grakowski, welcome. Glad to catch your stream. I thought you would have been in bed by now, but yeah, we should really start these puzzle nights a little bit earlier so we can dovetail nicely with the puzzle people that have come out of your end. But thank you for dropping by, and hope you are doing well. After having inflicted the Japanese one screen on you earlier today. So yeah. Just started up and just started to look at this level by Tempest Funk. I can post the code afterwards or send it to you if you are interested. But we're just taking our first look on the first attempt and just understanding how this is going to go. So, we can traverse this back and forth so long as this block remains active and not destroyed. Haven't really thought about what to do with the on-off switch yet, or for that matter with the thwomp activation. Thwomp, as you can see, is clearly not vertical, it is left-facing horizontal. And yes, I highly recommend a bit of a boost for coffee, and I think the thing about streaming puzzles is that one thing it sort of undercuts is the incredible efficiency sometimes of just taking a 5-minute break from a puzzle and solving it, you know, using that kind of spark of insight that requires you to look away. And unfortunately, when you are actually streaming these live, you don't really get the benefit of that tried and true method. Okay, as far as POW activation goes, you'll notice that single POW activation releases this bomb. You'll notice that it should also drop the big muncher onto the P, and unstacking one muncher, I believe, is going to be enough to lower the big muncher onto the P because of the stacking height of the individual small-sized munchers. And yeah, because I've been thinking back to when I played games like Baba Is You, for instance, and just how much time was saved by looking away for 5 minutes. Because if you just stare at something for long enough, I think you actually begin to narrow your scope of vision for whatever is going on. Okay, so if we get within thwomp activation range, Mushroom just dies. but it allows us to hit the on switch. Ah, I see. If we hit the on-off switch somehow first, for instance by detonating a bomb on top of it, that kills Thwomp. So that's something we should actually try first, because that will not manipulate anything else other than just flipping the switch. There we go. Except we need it to be on the other side for that. Because the idea is that you tap the on-off switch, grab the mushroom, come back out, and then you can sneak over here. Unfortunately, that is not going to be all there is to it, because yeah, of course we can go left to right with the mushroom, but we can't go right to left. However, with the mushroom we are able to break open the blocks that are under the doors, and then we have a reset point for anything that needs to be respawned. So let's reset and think about that once more with the bomb. And let's kind of commit to that as interaction number 1. So this is going to walk its way over. We get over here, kills the Thwomp. I wasn't really looking at whatever object was in the top left window connected to Divine. That might be important, but we're not going to find that out until we have tapped this and seen what is going on elsewhere. So, now we know that we have access to a reset point. We don't want to bust both blocks because that will prevent us from using the doors. But I would assume these doors are connected to each other because nothing is hidden. But anyway, busting one block gives us a reset point. So the question then is what we can do to try to get something going with this question block over here, because the ice block under the Munchers, of course, looks very, very destructible. And that's something that we may want to do in conjunction with the Big Bomb. Seems like the Big Bomb's purpose is, in fact, mainly to do a big Muncher stack drop. Don't really have a good way to ignite that right now, although I think if we drop one Muncher stack, Big Bomb is walking around up top and maybe within detonation range of Small Bomb, but I don't think that chains, so yeah. Ultimately, we do want to be able to... Oh yes, we can also bust through the lower level there for the key. But we need 2 POW interactions in order to... No, we need 1 POW interaction in order to lower the P over there. We don't have a good way to pick up the POW, though. Unless we blow up the question block beneath the POW with the bomb. Because then that gives us access. Mushroom is not doing much for me right now. Let's just check the respawn here. Oh, I see. Okay, bomb in the top left corner. And there's some kind of visual clue there that connects it to Divine, but we don't know what just yet. However, we do have the mushroom intact. And once again, it's not going to help very much right now. We will almost certainly have to take damage to come back out here. But we can do a couple of these things at a time. Yeah, we know that we're going to kind of spoil the P-switch interaction with the POW, but we know that if that happens, we can respawn the P-switch. However, we have a bit of a difficulty now in that we have a depth zone here. Ah, I see. So, if you try to blow up the ice blocks with the bomb located here, you lose the question block here. However, because we're told that the question block is connected to a vine, we know that it's going to respawn if we successfully head over to the other side and go through the door. Let's just check the question block quickly. Okay. Oh, interesting mechanism there, actually. That is kind of a double hit. And then that blocks us off here. Okay, so let's reset and think about this some more. So we've established a couple of things. We probably don't want to be going back and forth here on first pass with the mushroom simply because we can't get back with the mushroom unless we take damage. We know that the bomb is going to spoil this spot here, but we can always run past that. And yeah, let's see what we can do with that, in fact. So, yeah. It looks like the POW interaction, once again, gives you the P switch. I see what the mechanism is now. I hadn't noticed the P blocks underneath the Big Bomb earlier. But what is happening specifically is that POW activation destroys the lowest row of munchers and activates the P switch, but the P switch activation comes second in the sequence and therefore destroys the Big Bomb, which destroys the ice blocks and drops all the munchers down below. And it's going to be a 3 stack of munchers because at that point we have activated 1 POW, so... I think what clearly has to happen is we need to break this open, whoops, so the POW is accessible from below. I think it might mean that we have to grab the mushroom to unlock the reset point first. Because if we don't have the opportunity to reset blocks that have been blown up, none of this is really going to work the way we want. We know this block is going to come back, so not a big deal if we destroy all this with a bomb, come back over here, and hit the reset point, assuming that these bricks have already been blown open. So at some point we'll have to figure out what is the opportune time to lose the mushroom. Hey, Biggie Swalls. Biggie Swalls, I'll take that code into consideration. I don't know if that's actually just Secret of the Keep again, but I know I still have to do the CP1 exit. But, yeah, thanks for dropping by regardless, and good to see you back. And I know you had posted some kind of Uno Mouse concept in the Discord as well, which I still should take a look at some point. Okay, so let's do this interaction again. Grab the mushroom, unlock the reset point, and let's try that in sequence. Okay. No mushroom yet. We do need to tap this first, so we can get out safely. We break 1 block. Now we have a reset point, but then now we also have to take damage in order to get back across safely. So the idea... updated again for more feedback. Okay, excellent. Although I assume that the solutions that we have already found to CP0 or CP2 probably haven't changed very much. At least as a general concept. I do know that in the last version I played that the sort of placement of CP2 relative to the POW was a bit of a sticking point, I think, when it came to how efficient it was to do resets. But I don't know if that was something you might have looked at. Regardless, with this puzzle, yeah, now I'm going to blow up this location but run back before the bomb ignites, so I'm not trapped by the destruction of this block. Once I grab the reset point, this comes back, but we have access to the key, and not yet the POW, but we'll see about that. Okay, here we go. Let's grab the reset. Added more hints, I see. Okay. Yeah, because I know there was a bit of a locking issue that you had raised with that, which I don't remember now because it has been long enough and I've played enough other levels since. Okay, now we have avoided the destruction of all this and we've managed to get across. My next objective here is going to be to blow up the block that is underneath the POW. Because if this is the extent of the bridge, I can drop the POW safely. And if I drop the POW safely, that's great because it means I can obtain it and take it to the other side. So here's how we're going to do it. Right here. No, I was a little bit off. It should be able to hit, but it was a little outside the diagonal. No, it hit the POW, okay. Oh, right, because when it blows up the block will chain to the POW on top of it. That's one thing I had not considered. However, if we are kind of out of there by the time that interaction happens, that's fine, which means that we don't even need to take the bomb down to the lower level, we just need to get to the left side. So, I do think I understand it. The general shape of it, anyway. I mean, there is a slight execution thing here in terms of just carrying the bomb over to the right location in time, but that's not a big deal. Okay, pop one, get across, take damage. Next, we blow up the lower level and reset. Next, we blow up the top level and then reset. So we're just going to stomp the bomb right here. And everything is fine. In fact, if we had the key when we did that, we would have just solved this. Right there. Right, because now the P block interaction kind of kills this. Okay, no, we had it right there, actually. I just had it out of sequence because we had to obtain the key first before trying that. Okay, simple. Alright. Let's do this again. Okay. Over here. Oh, no, hang on. That's okay. No, except we blew that up. Actually kind of surprised by the 1.5% clear rate on this then. Because while there is the possibility of death in this, it's not really that hazardous. Nope. Hang on. I mean, you can die to certain elements, of course, but namely to carrying the bomb yourself. But I think we actually have the general shape of it already. That, come here. No. Oh shoot, I did it out of order. We need to open up the reset door. Okay. So here's what's going to happen. Same idea. It's just that this time we should open up the reset. Okay, swap is taken out. Pop this. Take this guy. Didn't see what had happened with the second block previously, but I think it must have been with the P-switch and POW interaction that destroyed this block, which was not the sequence I thought it would happen in, because I thought POW must be activated before P, if I'm looking at this accurately. But let's not mess with that. Let's grab the key first, and we should in fact be fine. Because everything else will just be where it should be. Okay, take the hit. And drop the bomb. And back we go. Great. Okay, now we are going to grab the key first. But then we tap the bomb on top of the POW and run back over. And that is not going to resolve one thing, which is how do I get into the door? Although I think the red blocks actually revealed earlier that I do in fact have a platform to stand on for the door. Unless I'm missing something. I might be... Because I was looking at this and thinking, well, the problem with the on-off switch being dead is that the red blocks open up. Actually, no, not an issue. Not an issue, because because the on-off switch is just going to be in the on state the whole time. Like, there's no activation of the on-off, so I don't know why I'm thinking there would be. We're going to go back in the on state, and it's going to remain in the on state, and everything is fine. Okay. Nope. Okay. Okay, let's try this again. Oh no, we forgot the key. I forgot the key. Hang on. This is what happens sometimes when you're thinking ahead of the actions you are in the middle of taking. And that's just how it goes. It's okay, it just means we'll get a slightly faster clear, since I do have this pretty much mapped out. Take a hit. Okay. Reset. No keys left behind. Nope. Okay, let's remember this time. Tap the bomb. Back over. That will activate a P. And we should, in fact, be finished. Okay, so and there we are. Grakowski, I don't know if you mean to stay long enough to see one of yours get played quickly, if there's a short one that we can catch up on, but if you do need to take off, I realize it is quite late for you. I do have that level from Big East Walls. It is one that we've looked at before, it's just that we've only solved 2 out of 3 exits. So let me know. I might pull one of yours up anyway, actually, since we just have a massive list to get through. You do need to take off? That's okay. You can check the VOD afterwards. I will probably look at least one, because these are comparatively short. And then we'll look at the one from Big East Walls again, because it's gigantic. And probably not Pipe Spring Dash, but here's our Mario-ceutical Research Incorporated. And yeah, you can always come back and catch up on it afterwards, so have a very good night, and thank you once again for your stream earlier. In the meantime, clinical trials have begun. Test the latest in Mario Enhancing Medicine. Okay, Mr. X seems to be the one running this laboratory. So let's get in here. We see mushroom, frog, flower, leaf. Let's just kind of keep that in mind in case that becomes relevant. You saw this level and it owns. Okay, okay. Consent. Oh, I see. We need to sign the form, and once we sign the form, we have the key. Why, yes, we'll consent to this as yet unseen procedure. Isn't that just a responsible thing to do? Testing. And okay, here is the mushroom lab. Oh, I see. So there are probably test chambers that are associated with the various power-ups. So we walk through this thing, and then we can bust through, and then we'll see what happens. Okay, test chamber number 1. We grab the frog and then we go over. Okay. Now, here's the thing. Will there be cake? Test chamber number 2. We have the leaf, and the leaf allows us to whip. Except, of course, we didn't think very far ahead and just kind of leapt into action. However, if we whip the leaf, take damage, probably twice, and then run across... no, let's just whip the leaf multiple times and see if we can whip it over to the other claw. Because the idea is that we can take damage and... But nope. We can totally do it this way, though. I really am comfortable with the idea of this being the solution. Hang on. No. Seems a little bit finicky. There we go. Is it going to get into the other claw? Not quite. We needed an additional whip. But I am fairly certain this is the way to go. Okay, let's just tap it over. There we go. And take some damage. And here we are. Okay, test chamber number 3. Fire and POW. And they respawn from the pipes. We need the POW to sit under the pipe on the right side in order to do much of anything. We also probably need the POW as a deflection point, because that will allow us to rebound a shot from the flower, I think. Because if we rebound a shot from the flower, we should be able to break through the ice, so let's try that. Right idea, wrong spot. There we go. Let's try that again just to understand how the deflection is going to work. Nope, not like that. I just want to experiment with it a bit just to see, in case this is something that will come back. Because I'm not entirely certain how I executed it the first time, and I don't know if I can do it twice. So, do want to test that just in case. Yeah. Well, we got the deflection somehow, and that's good enough for me. And if we need to do it again later, then we'll figure that out on the go. And one came in. Glad you enjoyed Bowser's Fury. I don't know if you got through it 100% or what other fun or hijinks you had with it, but... Okay. Looks like we need Fire Flower deflection of some sort. However, let's take this. We can take either one. What we do need, however, is some way to use these items in tandem. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, we can just poke the wall like this, because you see how it goes up over the lip of the corner? That's how we fired over the POW earlier, in fact. It's with this specific interaction. And see, it's funny that you mentioned that when we came in, because I actually have been grinding out the 3D World stamps a little bit on the side. I am as far as World of Bowser, but I can definitely see why that's, you know, not something everybody would be interested in doing. However, I've been finding that it's actually been very useful as a kind of speedrun practice, almost. This might have been a bad idea. I probably wanted to place the POW and use that as a jumping point on the right side. Let's accept... And that runs into a problem, because I need to get the POW onto the right side here with the frog. In order to do that, I need to blow this up. If I blow this up, I'm able to take the POW, run with the frog, and jump over this lip. issue right now is figuring out how to get over onto this side with the fire flower intact. Because if I have the fire flower, I can bust this down without any issues. However, that is reachable with fire flower, even if... I think a dash should actually do it here, right? Yeah, that's fine. Overcomplicating things again. Okay, frog. And we are at 110 seconds, but we are past checkpoint, so I'm not extremely worried. Now let's just fire the POW. We did take a little bit long with some of this, but here's number 5. Looks like we need to get over with the frog. I wonder what the complication is here. Because it's a complication that I'm 2 tiles high. Yes, I thought so. Okay. That means that we need to use the whip ability to get the frog over to the other side. I believe so, anyway. Okay, I can't whip the frog. Or can I? I should be able to claw drop it first, in fact. If I claw drop, the frog suit should hop over. Or maybe I just need to grab this and stand out of the way, and that way the frog suit does not get clipped. Or if I just stand here with the frog suit. No, because that counts as obtained. Okay, we'll run out of time on this attempt. Interesting to me that this doesn't get whipped. However, yeah, because the ultimate objective here is we want the frog suit to be accessible on the right side of the screen, because then we can grab it on the right side of the one-way panel after having taken damage. There may be something I'm not seeing just yet in terms of what we can do with the frog. Well, the idea is that I want to take damage anyway. Okay. Everything up to that point is still fairly straightforward. Hang on. There we go. And here we are. And take the POW back. Take the flower. Whoops. I said take the flower. I said take the flower. There we go. Okay, that pops that off. We grabbed a frog suit, we dispensed with the POW, and that is all we need. Okay, here we are again. So yeah, we have 2 tiles that are available. I was hoping to somehow drop the frog suit off this claw, or to have the claw occupied. Here's how we do it. If the claw is occupied by the other leaf, like we had 1 leaf, 2 leaf, then I want to whip this leaf over to the right side claw. And then the frog suit hops over. I don't know if its hopping pattern will bring it over successfully, but I think we need to grab the leaf and whip it. So we'll just follow it over to the right. Although... no, that's okay, that's okay. We actually just need to stand over here. There we go. Yeah, interesting use of the claw placement directly 1 tile over to semi-solid in order to have that interaction. Okay, so this room, it's going to be Fireflower over to the other side so we can bust both of the ice blocks. Let's test a few things with the firing pattern first, and then we'll see what kind of power-ups were also given to make this work. Right, because if you're caught in the claw... no, we need the Fireflower on the other side. That's the very clear implication here. And we're also not going to be able to do much with that. Can I whip this? Yes, I can. But... Yep, that's fine. All seems a little bit too simple, in fact. It's, must be some kind of thing I'm missing. Seems deceptively straightforward. I wonder if I'll get trapped here. Yes, I will. Okay. So what I need to do is I need to drop the flower. And then probably come back over to whip a leaf so it is captured by the claw. I'd like to try it that way. Yeah. Sort of interesting to look at how easily resettable all of this is as well. Anyway, let's take damage. It's kind of a claw occupancy puzzle. I do not want to be grabbed by the claw. I do want to drop the flower. And then we whip a leaf over to that side and have it be captured. Have it be captured. Yeah. And... nope. Not quite. Position was a little bit off, but I think it is the right idea. And we'll just float the thing over until it gets locked. It is not going to get locked. Interesting. While the flower is still occupying that position. Huh. Okay. Quite possibly we needed some kind of deflection to get the flower over the top. Okay. Yeah, kind of interesting that the claw doesn't interact with it. I'm very surprised by that. But we'll just have to play around that fact, and... Yeah, because clearly what's supposed to happen here is that you cannot grab the flower without getting trapped in a claw, right? And yeah. So we need some way for that to not happen. And to perhaps even... Okay, suppose the flower is not in that location. Then does the leaf get captured? Let's try it that way. I wonder if the flower is blocking the leaf from being captured. That was not a good try, but let's get the flower out of the way for a moment. I'm just going to test this out. And hey, Prito Man Seiko, hello? I hope that was not a totally bungled pronunciation. Yeah, not really running a queue bot, but if you have a puzzle, I may be able to schedule it in later. We do run a regular viewer level session on Fridays and Saturdays as well. Or Saturday and Sunday in EU. But yeah, today just kind of getting through a puzzle backlog. You're very welcome to suggest codes, of course. I'm just not running the actual Warp World queuing system. Okay. Once again, this is just going to be a test to see if the leaf capture is kind of dependent on the lack of some kind of collision with the flower on the other side. Just want to see if this is going to be something that works. We're kind of out of position to test that anyway. Bit of a finicky position for the flower to do that anyway. Let's see if we can somehow get it out of the way. Okay. Let's try this again. 60 seconds. That's okay. Doesn't take long to get back here. Okay. But I really do need to know if this interaction works the way I think it should work. It does not get captured. At all, in fact. It never gets captured, which is interesting. But if... Well, we'll have to think about this, because we might need something to... I mean, the idea was that it wanted to block the claw, right? Because if I block the claw, then I don't get picked up by it. But if the leaf doesn't get captured at all... And yeah, Burrito Man, that's fine. We'll see if we can get to that code later. I just, I'm not running the bot, but I am taking suggestions, so that's fine. Because, you know, we're taking quite long on each level, so I don't want to guarantee that we'll get to anything until I know that we'll get there, so... Okay. Alright, let's do this over again. Because sometimes I do wonder, with interactions like that, a leaf with a claw, if I'm just being inaccurate and that it actually is supposed to work. Because sometimes I do give up on some things too easily because I got the execution wrong somehow, when the solution was actually along the right track. Okay, let's grab the frog now and dispense with the POW. And take this over, dump it, and through. Okay, so, same idea as before. We need to whip a leaf into the right side. Whoops. Let's not continually get captured. Alright, let's let the claw stop swinging first. So we whip the leaf, we grab the frog, we let the second leaf fall into the claw before another frog suit spawns. Yeah, positionally that should be right, but notice how the claws are kind of open on either side. And so they're able to capture the leaf. Okay. Here we go. Frog suit's gonna come over, but we'll take damage first. And we'll stand on the other side of the one-way panel. And we're just kind of halfway. No. We're just kind of halfway, that's fine, because we have not been pushed. Yep. And through. Okay, here we are again. Flower. Now, I don't think coming in with a frog is going to do anything for us whatsoever. One thing I can try to see is if we can just whip the flower over to the top side. But that wouldn't really... Oh, it might actually let me through. No. Because if the flower came through the top side, which I don't think is very easily going to be the case, the thing is that it is still going to get trapped in this position here. And so once we try to obtain it, we run into the same issue once again. So it looks like it will be something like that. But yeah, we need to not get captured by the claw. So how do we avoid that? I mean, if we just kind of get in and out with the flower quickly, that's not going to be the solution. There's definitely going to be more to it than that. If there's a way we can... Yeah, you see, now the claw is not doing any kind of pickup at all, which is interesting. It picks up when I'm small, for some reason. And it picks up when I drop in like that. But notice how there's no pickup when I'm intersecting like that. I mean, even when we let the claw kind of swing to a stop. Yeah, very interesting that there's just no pickup. Drop in? Yeah. Which might be a bit of a clue here. But we'd still need to figure out how to whip that across. So if there, yeah, so I guess the flower gets caught by the claw because it is dropping straight down into this location. However, the leaf does not get caught by the claw because it just swings back and forth and approaches it from the side. Okay. Okay. There we go. Nope. Yeah, just going to test out once again to see if maybe it was just a positioning issue on our side, but I think it actually is true that the claw on the right does not perform the capture. Okay. You know what? We can, in fact, obtain a leaf on the other side entirely. We need to be a little bit quick about it, though, if we want to be running across like that. But if, for instance, we have the Tanuki leaf, when we kind of come around to this side, does that potentially do something for me? Let's see about that. It's been a while, but you think it can catch a leaf. Okay. Yeah, it's sort of interesting, though, with that single column there, that it seemed like it's very positionally dependent in order to happen at all. Because if I can get it to catch a leaf, then, you know, no big deal. We just drop the flower through and I don't get caught, right? Yeah, because given how this level has trained us so far, it does seem like the natural solution that we should think about blocking claws using the tail whip. And maybe it's just a bit of a quirk of how I've been playing that we have been unable to do it. Hang on. We're not going to make the timer at this point. Hang on. Making a total hash of that. Okay. Let's see if we can position ourselves a little better. Let's get this guy out of the way. I might even get him on the upper level, in fact. Yeah, because if I drop the flower on the other side first, we don't have enough time to try this in 45 seconds, but if we drop the flower on the other side first, if we can, in fact, position the leaf in the claw, the main issue is that the claw will drop the leaf when we get over there. But yeah, seems like it's more finicky than it needs to be in terms of being the actual solution, but there's going to be some kind of like priority that we need to think of here in terms of being able to snag an item while we are able to escape as something 2 tiles high. But as long as the claw doesn't grab me, I don't see why that's going to be an issue, because if we get the flower while we're kind of halfway under a 1-tile gap, we should be safe. So. Okay. Grab this. Yeah, as before, take the POW back over. And here we are. Yeah, because it seems like it was the intuitive thing to do, and, you know, in terms of what kind of interactions we should be thinking about, but, so it did come as a big surprise that I just wasn't able to position the leaf accurately, and we just might have to go back and try that until it works. Okay, let's do this once again. And that was number 6 that we were a little bit jammed on. Okay, let's take the... yeah. Once again, let's take the leaf, whip the leaf, grab the frog. No, hang on. Whip the leaf. Nope. Terrible timing. Okay. Standing next to the pipe like that is always a slight issue. We need to grab the frog slightly later than I've been doing, so it doesn't respawn so quickly on the green pipe timing. Let's let the claw calm down a bit. Yeah, because we've been grabbing the frog too soon. Yeah, still grabbing it too soon. We need to delay the frog for as long as we can. No. We can delay it partly by standing over the pipe for a bit longer. Okay. Nope. That's okay, that's okay. We can take damage and then redo that interaction. Okay. We'll just wait for the bounce pattern to take it back over. I said we'll wait for the bounce pattern to take it back over. And it'll be every second cycle, not too long a wait. And we'll just pop through. Okay, here we are again. Let's grab this. Let's approach it similar to how we've been doing previously. Drop the flower off the right side claw first, then try to block the claw using the leaf. And if the leaf doesn't go, we'll just try to redo it until it works. Take damage. Yeah, because this felt right on the assumption that the claw grabs the leaf. Because when the leaf gets off the claw, it's going to sway anyway, and so we actually do have a window to kind of sneak away with the flower when we are, you know, sort of in that half tile, I think, as long as we don't get picked up. So let's just spend the next 200 seconds whipping this thing. Whoops. No. Let's just stand on the lower level. Actually, that might just be best, since the claw is not going to capture me anyway. Huh. Okay. Nope. Yeah, seems a little strangely fussy for the actual solution, so still find this a little bit suspect. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, wonderful. Okay. This should actually work, as long as we don't get caught by the... No, no, no. We need to... no, that's fine. That's fine. Except now we'll just get caught again, won't we? Yeah. It seems unusually finicky. But because we were already into crouch state using... Aha! Because we were already into crouch state using the leaf, we were safe. That was unexpected. Yeah, that's not how I thought that was going to go. But anyway, here we have a selection of power-ups. And yeah, I guess it's, you know, we pick one, we go through the lab, we see the blue pipe, and then the smiley face, and the shocked face, and the doubly shocked face, and another claw. Interesting. So this is going to be... Oh, I see, because, you know, this is going to be cake. And we don't want cake, we want to escape. Okay. Well, looks like we are going to, in fact, walk out of here still alive. Oh, it totally is the, Hang on, I'm just gonna listen to what's going on here. Okay, it's just on a loop. Because that is totally the GLaDOS room. I was trying to see if it was doing anything interesting with the audio there, but... Didn't realize I'd actually been sitting on that one for so long, but I guess we had a couple of timeouts with the whipping over there. So yeah, it was just purely, you know, once again, giving up a little bit too early on an execution thing that I did spot correctly. That happens from time to time. Okay, Biggie Swells, why don't we take a look at the CP1 exit on the new version of yours? And if for some reason we get trapped past CP2, we'll just try to grab the clear on it if it's available. And maybe I should just run a Qbot since I'm actually going through codes anyway. But, you know, we're still trying to figure out how to do some of these puzzle days in terms of policy, and sometimes I do want to rearrange the order a little bit just to keep the pace going in terms of short puzzles, long puzzles, etc. Okay, first clear has already been taken, so we're not going to be too concerned about that. Also, I noticed that somebody did find the CP0 exit, and must have in order to have the 5-minute clear time. And not only did someone just clear it, I guess it was one person, no, two people who cleared it, but one person who definitely cleared it with the CP0 method, I would guess. I think it would have to be, almost certainly, unless they're just immediately taking deaths after checkpoints. Okay. You wonder if someone posted it. Oh, you haven't posted this version? I mean, they could just be following your maker code if they know that you re-upload very often. Okay, same idea as usual. Yeah. I noticed, by the way, that... Because I did go over some video footage and such, I did notice that in the original version you sent me, I think you still had the red Yoshi spawning the key in this location, and I was actually thinking about that as a method to, you know, grab a key and take it to the CP0 exit, but I think you already caught that cheese a few versions ago, because it was very clear to me that you're not supposed to just take the same exit for CP0 and CP1. Interesting that you now have the placement of 2 different pink coins in this segment. That was not previously the case, and now I guess I actually might have to interact with whatever's going on with the yellow pipe, which is new to me. Also, bomb above this door. This was one thing that I had not previously interacted with for CP0 and CP2. I only kind of noticed it afterwards, because I had noticed this bomb pretty much every time I came through here. And it only occurred to me afterwards that I never actually did anything with it. All sorts of cheese related to keys, yeah. Anyway, we're definitely going to run down the clock a little bit here, just from pointing things out. And, okay. Let me just see if I can retrace my steps here, even with the occasional changes you've made. I think the general flow here should be very familiar to how we've been doing things before, but yeah, so far so good. Going to get past a Yoshi nuking machine and the Yoshi dropping machine, and here we are. Okay, P-switch and I'm back over for Yoshi once again, if I recall. It's been a little while. I think it's 2 weeks since I last looked at this, so I have played quite a lot in the meantime. I never interacted with this, but I don't think there was anything like a bomb that I could grab that would be able to position here. I mean, it would be finicky even if I did carry a bomb over here, because of how everything is kind of just out of reach in terms of the two-tile spacing. Okay, so we have second Yoshi, and we're going to take him through the vine, as before. Okay, so far so good. And then we get fire. I see that the fly challenge here is still as it was before, so I expect to crash against it a few times. No biggie swells, we have not covered any new territory. So... apart from, you know, pointing out some things that I had missed in previous attempts, but if you saw me past the entry room, I think everything was fine. Twitch has been acting up lately. I had a number of streams get a bit stuttery on me over the past day, and I don't think it was on my end. So, and I've heard other people point out the same thing as well, so that's going to break open. Interesting that we can step down here now. I don't know if we could always do that. But we can step down here and take the cape with us, which doesn't do anything because it just resets me back to this door. Because, yeah, I don't have enough room to just float down with Yoshi and do anything. Chromecast your TV. Well, I hope the image quality is fine over there. I mean, I'm kind of pushing my system to its limit already, so I do stream these at 720p, and hopefully that's not too fuzzy an image for people on a full television set. I don't know how people are watching these. I assume it's a... Well, I have certain percentages. You know, you have a certain percentage of people on mobile, and I can see those analytics, but not how you might be casting between different displays at home. Yeah, we need to do the flight sequence. That's going to require me to ditch Yoshi. I don't know if doing anything different with a cape here would get me anywhere, but... no. Once again, same problem as usual. Yeah, look at that bomb drop. Not a very usable bomb, but... just a U issue? Yeah. I suppose so. Okay, there we go. That was not too uncomfortable. And yeah, no keys here anymore either for the CP0 shortcuts. I mean, I've played this enough that I can't keep the versions straight anymore anyway, so... But here's the checkpoint 1 endpoint. So yeah, I noticed that if the bomb blows up in that location as Small Mario, if somehow you have an exit through the red pipe, you can just run to the left. However, I do notice that because of the change in positioning on top left with the coins as well as the one-way panel, that something about that has kind of altered as well in terms of progress. Because previously we didn't go through a yellow pipe at all, I don't think. But we'll think about that later. Let's try to push on. I am going to reset from CPU1, but we might as well take a look ahead, just scout ahead briefly to see if there's anything else we should be aware of in this sequence, just to save time. You know, in case there are any unexpected surprises. Now the keys only show up towards the end, right, because you would have a lot of cheese potential that you were trying to mitigate. Okay, P-switch on. And interesting question block here. Maybe that's just decorative as part of the junction, but yeah, that's the thing about this as a puzzle level, is that it is very decorative, and you know, lots of stuff like color match blocks that are leaking out of the pipes and so on. And so part of the challenge here is just determining what is a relevant visual clue and what is a piece that you're going to interact with. Okay, all this looks the same. I will be resetting from CP1 momentarily, so let's just walk through it just to check for any surprises or changes. Trying to teach people that Yoshi runs if he hits it. Yeah, I don't know. I find it pretty satisfying to just, you know, do that as a solution. It's very uncommon, as you heard me say the first time you showed me this. I think I'd only seen one other puzzle really use that prior to this. Although it's funny, because since I said that, I've seen a number of other puzzles that do use the Yoshi interaction, including that big Japanese one screen that was on Krakowski's stream earlier today. Okay, we want to get the bounce. Same idea as before. And we'll be back here in a moment anyway, after the respawn from CP1, so. Yeah, it looks like we'll just time out here. And back to CP1 we go. Okay, same deal. Yeah, because it occurs to me that if it works the way it does previously, when you take the POW over that one tile gap that gets you in the green pipe, you do take Yoshi with you, because you, or rather you are able to take Yoshi with you at the time. And so if you wanted to shoot the bomb, that's how you shoot the bomb, is you do the pipe interaction even if you are coming in from CP1. Yeah. The track mechanic with the P-switch... Oh, you mean just ordinary P-switch stopping conveyors, right? That's really quite an important thing to know. I mean, that's not terribly obscure, but... Of course, I say that as somebody who's been playing, you know, a good amount of Mario Maker. Actually, even back in Mario Maker 1, I think one of the first things I noticed was that P in conveyors, and... one of the first things I made in Mario Maker 1 would have been something involving that. I didn't make anything good in Mario Maker 1. I think it was a period I look back on as a learning experience. Oh, I see. So here you're kind of making it so that it's possible if you're kind of casually jumping, you'll just see that it's going to trigger the Yoshi run, and maybe that'll be buried in the back of your mind. So I see what you mean there. I think a lot of people will just try to avoid it. But, you know, a good number of people will hit it even if they're not trying to, and so... maybe that will be just something subtle that will create a suggestion. let's get back over here. Pop that guy once again. Okay, that's fine. We still have access to the P. I feel like I should be moving a little bit faster just so we have more of an opportunity to see the CP1 reset. What I'm concerned about is that if I'm to take the bomb that's in a checkpoint room, that does require me to grab the POW in order to get through to Green Pipe. And I know at this point that, as of the last version, as we discussed earlier, if I grab the POW, that puts me past CP2 and creates a very long reset from the start if I want to find a CP1 exit. So, but then maybe the whole thing's just a massive red herring. Because obviously if I'm starting from CP1, I want to explore the level by avoiding the POW for as long as possible if I can help it. I don't want to use it if I can avoid it and if I can find other things to do with the puzzle up to that point. Whoops. Okay, let's try to do the deflection accurately. Yeah, I definitely didn't parse the question block as being part of the clue. I wasn't really reading it that way at all. You know, because you see a question block in a position like that and mostly it just looks inaccessible. Unless there's a flying bomb or something that floats by and detonates it, right? Like usually you look at that and you think, okay, that's not going to be relevant information. But, you know, particularly because this is not like it's a lean minimalist level where everything actually matters, right? Like there's a lot of visual content that you might feel very safe writing off. I don't know why I'm blowing this completely today. I'd gotten it on the first try on so many other attempts. Okay. Tap, tap. Why am I missing the second tap? Something's wrong here. I'm consistently missing the second tab. But, okay, let's let it bounce. Nope, too soon. There we go. I've been switching back and forth between controllers lately, and there is a very subtle difference in response. And it occasionally does throw off my jumps. P-switch has been reset back to slow music. Good, we'll grab the star. Okay. So there's one thing I want to check, which is the yellow pipe. Previously, the yellow pipe on the bottom left corner of the entire play area here was just a dead end, like it was a trick of some sort, right? And if we now do in fact have to access a yellow pipe, not this yellow pipe, but the one, you know, in the very bottom left, in the entry area, maybe that has changed. Now, I believe from CP1 this is still Piranha Plant, right? Yeah, still Piranha Plant. Okay, we'll grab that. We have nice and early access to fire up here, which will give me the bomb, which will give me the left side of the zone. Oh, it's still a dead end. Okay, okay, so that's going to be new to me. Let's pop in here just to check what's going on. In case anything is different. Yeah, we still have the key door, the 2 POWs, etc. Found it very interesting that these pipes are kind of on-off controlled, but I also read that is partly a cosmetic thing where they're all color matched. Okay, let's get back across. And yes, I know that aesthetics in the end room were something that I'd already seen in multiple editions. 155 seconds. We're running kind of too short in time to do anything useful with this, I think, given all the time spent with Boom Boom earlier. But yeah, let's pop this. And here's what I want to do. I want to take the P-switch, and I want to activate the P-switch so I can check the yellow pipe in the bottom. I don't know if the on-off states mattered for that one, but we'll find out the hard way. And we'll just see how it goes. Once again. Let's Also, having access to fire back in the main room might be relevant. I seem to recall that was some kind of dead end or red herring, but I might be wrong. Oh, interesting. Little sound effect here, drawing attention to this. That's new. Yeah, I wonder if that's almost too obvious now, but I know that before it was not obvious at all, as you saw in a previous playtest. Yeah, okay, no, we do want slow P interaction. No. Okay, that's not it. Oh, right, you said it's still a dead end. Okay, yeah. Just wanted to check. Which kind of makes it interesting now that I don't actually know how the remaining coins would work. Oh, also, yeah, notice the loop here that allows us to have access to the bomb. One thing that has certainly occurred to me was that yeah, technically if you let the bomb drop all the way over here, you would still be able to use the bomb to blow up things that are within range. So these hard blocks here, that does nothing. These hard blocks here, I don't think that would do anything. So this toggles the switch. If you shoot fire, toggles the switch, and then just kind of drops you back in the main area as before. So we're going to be out of time on this attempt. I feel like I tried that previously, but I also don't know how much might have changed in this edition, so we'll have to try a few things and kind of sort that out gradually. Okay, this passage just gets you across because we don't have access to a key. If we did have access to a key, that's the CP0 exit. We have not yet hit CP0, which is okay. I want more people to find out that green pipe. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. I think that in terms of visual perception, that's one of the easier things to overlook as something to try. Because, you know, there's so many potential pipes to work with, and many of them are dead ends, right? So I think sometimes it can be overwhelming for a player to think, okay, which of the many, many pipes in this level am I actually going to try? I mean, as soon as I knew to look out for that, I spotted it very quickly last time, but as I'm sure you've discovered from playtesting, very easy to just overlook that completely. Blue pipe gets you a POW without hitting CP2. If you want to play around a POW, that's a safe way without hitting CP2. I'll think about that. I would need to go back there to see what you're talking about, I think. Also, interestingly enough, does coming to this side with Red Yoshi do anything useful? Ah, it just respawns Red Yoshi. Okay. Okay. Interesting way to do that. Wait, just a minute. On off, it's open though. Okay, just needed to check that to be absolutely sure. Let's do this once again. And tap this. Yeah, too bad Green Yoshi can't be with us over here to grab the P-switch. Not that that would do anything, but... back we go. CP1 exit does have explicit hints for all of the solution. Okay. Because I do see a number of hints that I have not really interacted with yet. I think. I'm going to see. There's a lot of visual information to process sometimes, so... we'll see about that. Okay, first try for once. And let's make sure P is reset. Good. And and time to obtain Yoshi through here. Yeah. Okay, let me just check this side just to be absolutely sure. And yeah, that's POW plus checkpoint still. Blue pipe, okay. Not that blue pipe, I don't think. While there's a bit of misdirection in the level, none of the hints themselves lie, yeah. These guys were never actually relevant. I don't think so anyway, I never really interacted with them. Okay, P-switch active, it doesn't really matter, I don't think. This is just going to be fire, whoops. Yeah, interesting that you would have stuff like, you know, the one-way panel down here, and the X underneath. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on. Just pipes spilling everywhere. On-off state does not really matter for this room. Because the Piranha will not really be able to hit anything, I don't think. No. Although the passage down below over to the Wiggler is something I had also never interacted with. And there is a red pipe under the Wiggler, and we have been thinking about red pipe entrances. But it looks like that's just going to be a blaster drop location, so maybe nothing. So let's get back to doing the whole bomb sequence and trying to push it a little further beyond what we were just looking at previously. Okay, hints are question blocks. Okay, okay. Didn't think about it that way. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense given the question mark, but I guess, you know, question blocks just have their own familiar semantics in Super Mario, and so that's very easy to overlook. Okay. Pop that. So, here is what's going to happen. I want to grab fire, and I want to take it back into the main loop. And that's going to eject me through the door again to the entrance room. But I don't remember what happens from there, so... let's just go back and let's see how it's going to go. We'll grab fire. And, you know what? I never checked this. Soft drop Piranha Plant, what does that do? It's still fire, right? Yeah, it's still fire. But that's, I mean, I was fairly certain it was just fire, but that's just something I've never actually consciously tried, I think, so. It was worth checking. Okay, we need the on state in order to get over into the starting screen. And here we are. In some ways, this really does feel like a level that's out of Mario Maker 1. And I mean, I don't know what it is exactly, but I think it's that sense of this, you know, very continuous layout that uses the scrolling tech very sparingly and is mostly taking place in this very open space. You said something about a blue pipe providing me with a POW. I didn't see it. Okay, this was nothing. And this is just back over. And we still don't have access to fire up top. And because it is semi-solid down here, blowing up the bombs doesn't actually get me anywhere, I don't think, so. Okay, so that's just the same reset as before. So the question is, if we reset like this, from CP1, how is that any different from the start? I mean, what's different, of course, is this gate over here. This, I believe, was still a dead end. Just gonna check. Yeah. So, if I went back over, how would this be a state change? That's the thing I should be thinking about, is that if I'm able to progress past here again, like I did with CP0, what would be the point and what would we have opened? We've opened the ability to escort the bomb, but not much else. Middle one in the conduit thing. Conduit thing. Oh, yeah. Of course, yeah. Right, okay. Okay, that makes sense. I'm so accustomed to those POWs just being used as a blocking mechanism that I actually just never thought about obtaining a POW this way. I don't think this gets me anything in the entry room that we saw earlier. I also don't think it gets me anything in this room here. But we better check just to be certain. Yeah, because here we have access to fire. And we have 20 seconds. But the idea should be... Also, let's check this pipe here. Nope. The idea should be that if we enter with fire, we can blow up the bomb. Oh, I see it. It resets to the on state because of the top right. Yeah, we can blow up the bomb, we can fire it right. Oh, I wonder if that coin is just obtainable by tongue, actually. I feel like this is something I'm supposed to know. But yeah, we'll think about that, because I know that I had previously not interacted with that yellow pipe at all, and it may very well just be a diversion. Let's try to do this a little bit quicker. Yoshi eats that coin, yeah, for the CP2 exit. So until I see some other evidence otherwise, I think the yellow pipe is still a bit of a misdirection. Okay. Let's just reset this quickly. I wonder... Yeah, given positioning, I don't think this Yoshi is obtainable. Because by the time you get to the left, by the time you get over to the left side, the black blaster drops in that position, and so not gonna have anything go on there. Oops. Okay, pop this. Let's try to make up for some lost time. And yeah. Kind of have to keep our head on straight when it comes to knowing what to try. Still keeping my eyes peeled for clues in the walls, but I don't know that I see anything that indicative just yet. Because this being post CP1 already, you know, it's entirely possible that I've already missed some kind of critical interaction, but... Anyway, P-switch is going to activate. We haven't checked. P-switch with the on state. I believe this is just a block, right? Like a blaster block? Yeah, that's right. Okay, that was a bad idea because now we're going to redo the Yoshi part. I've used almost all clues except one of them. Okay, so let's get the P-switch going again, just to make sure we can grab Yoshi safely. Once again, burning quite a bit of time here. Okay. And we'll just head back like this. Okay. Just gonna check over here for any visual information. You have like POW pointing. Yeah, nothing else here to really interact with, unfortunately. So. Notice that maybe these are bombable locations, depending on how you approach them. I think we're over to fly segment though, so maybe not. Yeah, we can grab POW in the blue area if we want. No, here's the issue with that. If I grab the POW in the blue area, I can't escort fire over here, and I need to escort fire. I need a POW plus fire in order to get in here and shoot the bomb blocking a red pipe. Unless, of course, the bomb blocking a red pipe is just a major diversion in its own right. But we'll grab some fire and we'll try that. Okay, pop that. And pop that. Okay, everything fine so far. But yeah, I mean, if we get past CP2, then we can do this. But if we grab the blue pipe POW, we can't do that. So our ability to play with the POW is actually kind of limited by the fact that we can't carry the POW from this zone and carry an additional thing, which is what I'm currently kind of doing. Anyway, let's open up the left side just to see if we can make any headway over there. A little limited by the blue pipe POW, yes, yes. Okay, let's pop the bomb. Now, if I pop the bomb like that, I don't think there's a way I can still block the blaster so it doesn't fall into that location, given that it's just going to spawn on top of the lower area. So the question would be, is there a way I can escape into this area without dropping this? And I don't see how that's going to happen. Except blue pipe. Wait a minute. Blue pipe is regulated by a one-way panel though, right? It must be. Yeah, it's regulated by a one-way panel, so we can't come right to left. Otherwise, that would have trivialized a lot of things at once. Well, let's try that anyway. I think I'll have to pop CP2 to actually do this, but that seems unusual. Like, I gonna have the sense that maybe that's a red herring. It seems a little strange to me, even after the fixes, that you would require the CP1 exit to touch CP2 along the way. Maybe that is the case, because it's just a result of bug fixes that you have it set up in that order, but it does seem a bit unusual. Notice that if I grab the bomb and move it to this location, I can remotely activate the on-off on a timer from up here. I don't see how that's useful, but also notice that if I take the bomb and take it into a pipe, I don't think that's going to do anything with the POWs, though. Also notice if I take a POW, come back here. There was a sort of POW and P clue that was in the top left of the goal room. And I don't think I ever figured out what that was about. Like, having the P and POW in the same block visually. And yeah, it does seem to be a bit of a mitigating factor. I don't think I'll have time to do it on this attempt. I may have to take the risk with popping CP2. Not on this attempt, but on the next one. Yeah, it feels like that's one hint that I actually have not interacted with. Like P plus POW. Because let's say I went back to the main area with the P-switch active, right? Like, or rather, went back to the goal screen with the P-switch active. I know that manipulates a couple of the gates. I don't know if it manipulates anything else that I might not be seeing. But yeah, let's redo from CP1. And love how this is literally a castle moat that's been pulled up to obstruct us. Yeah, just kind of playing around to see if there's anything else I can interact with here. Let's try to... I don't have time, but I was kind of hoping to peek back in the green pipe room. Nope, too late. Oh, also interesting. Nothing spawning from Red Blaster. I didn't think we were at entity limit, but anyway, here's the main room. Suppose we come back here through the green pipe with the P-switch active. The P-switch is going to block off left and right. Oh, no, wait a minute. What if we had a way to obtain a P-switch using Yoshi? And we were able to come in here through the POW pipe with a P-switch in Yoshi's mouth. So maybe we should be thinking about like whether there is a way I can grab a P-switch somewhere. Because if the P is already active, then I'm kind of gated off on the left side. However, no. If the P-switch is active, and we have one POW that's already here, I think I see it. I think I actually do see it. Except we have to deal with the on-off activation when we come into this room, that it toggles back to on. No matter what we do. I see how to get rid of the yellow blocks that are to the left of the goal. Because it's going to be a P-switch followed by a coin drop using the POW. What I don't see is how to get through that afterwards. Hang on, I'm burning too much time on this. I'm just going to take a death quickly just to maximize my time on a clock so I can try some of this stuff. Because we now know that we have access to two separate POWs. And I think I know what to do with that then. Because one of the key pieces of information I wasn't interacting with previously was the fact that we can have the sort of CP2 POW and the blue pipe POW. And use one of them to get into pipe, and the other one is usable past the pipe. And we know also that the P-switch is going to be auto-activated at that point in the level, because that's what we activate when we get up into that top segment to begin with. So... But the thing that remains an open question then is the on-off state, and what we can do to manipulate the on-off state. So let's drop this. Drop that. Oh, no. Very careless. Anyway, let's do this quickly. So then I don't know what's going on with that bomb and red pipe then. Like maybe that is just a diversion. Because so far I don't see any red pipe entrances that are actually accessible to me. From CP1 it's not going to be the Wiggler pipe because of the way the blaster block works in that location, I think. But that's something that I'm going to have to think about. Because currently I see no red pipes that are actually accessible to me. Like, it's a massive diversion in the original entry room that you can do the whole loop by firing at the on-off state, and it actually doesn't give you anything. So it's kind of like you're meant to think that's the solution, to go through red pipe, and it really isn't. In the same way that the yellow pipe is a diversion. And that the CP0 solution is actually through a key door, which you never actually see on screen. If this game allowed more pipe transitions, you would have had more exits, yeah. Can't imagine what you would have done with this if you still had access to Mario Maker 1 pipe stacking, actually. Like, that would have been something else entirely, I think. Just given that, you know, like, there's a lot of puzzle logic in this game, in Mario Maker 2, that depends on assuming that you know how all the pipes are going to be paired. Obviously, in Maker 1, that's just not the case. And that's never a safe assumption. Yeah. It's going to be interesting that if there is eventually a Mario Maker 3, I confidently expect that everything will just break in ways that will not be portable to the new game, particularly with checkpoint logic. I think there's a lot that, at this point, I just don't expect will be transferable between generations. Even in the eventuality we get a Mario Maker 3 in however many years. Two cannibals are eating a clown. One says to the other, "Does this taste funny to you?" Not really, but okay. Can't say I've ever eaten a clown. I didn't know that was what clowns were for. But then, cannibalism is not exactly my jam. Okay, so we're going to try this. We're going to manipulate two POWs. It does require me to hit CP2. And it does require me to get to the other side. Ah, yes, because we need to do the whole sort of standard interaction past the left side gate in order to get to the left side of the blue pipe and grab the second POW. That's why I hadn't tried it previously, because it was so far down on the stack of things to do once you do in fact break open the left side of the level, so... We do know that fire is still going to be a critical interaction here, because that's why you gave it to me. So yeah, still one unsolved question in all of this, which is what to do with the on-off state auto-toggling. But we will deal with it when we get there. Okay. And 999 Ito, welcome as well. Scanning complete, no sense of humor detected. Let's drop this guy. And yeah. Okay. And welcome closer as well. We are not much closer, unfortunately. But, yeah, on-off state should not matter if we are going to be going through the blue pipe. So let's do that. Funny like a clown? Okay. let's poke our way through here. And Cryptiac, welcome. No, poke our way through here. Grab the POW. Okay, we should now have access to 2 POWs. We juggle the POWs over, enter the pipe with the P-switch active, and then do the coin drop. It'll become clear what I'm talking about in just a moment. Oh, am I out of range for Yoshi? No, no, no. He should still be within spawn range. Okay, good. Okay, and then we escort everything. And... yeah, no, I'd usually have a much better response to the clown cannibalism thing, except I'm in the middle of the puzzle, and so... unfortunately... no sense of humor detected as long as we're, you know, still manipulating POWs all over the place. Okay, P activation, please. P-switch? P-switch? Is the P-switch on-off dependent? Wait a minute here. Let's not despawn the POW. Nope, P-switch. There we go. Oh, come on. Alright, let's do this again. Alright, P-switch. Let's go. Yeah, red blaster shoots the P-switch. And... oh. Okay, that's not what I expected. So, there is something inside those blocks, because they're not transforming into coins. However, so we're kind of stuck holding a POW here, and we know that the P-switch is not going to transform the yellow blocks anyway, so unless we A, bombed them, or B, hit them with a cape. Oh, I see what's going on with the on-off switch now. I think it's actually proximity activated then. We'll try that in a moment, but... P and POW. That is something we have still definitely not interacted with. P-switch and POW. Yeah, because if we jump up here in this location, I think that has a proximity activation on the on-off switch, which is going to blow all of this. But if we... well... oh, no, it doesn't. Okay. Oh, maybe because the P-switch disables whatever mechanism that is. Which is kind of important because I still don't think I can actually obtain any of the bombs, though. Because if I could obtain one of the bombs, then suddenly things get interesting, because the bomb would be able to blow up these blocks on the right. But Yoshi swallowing the bombs in this game just gives you a coin, right? So it's not going to be anything like that. Okay, if I hit the POW here, I wonder what happens, because I mean, clearly I was able to smuggle the POW in there, but I didn't spit the POW, no. I was trying to see if there was anything, like, if spitting the POW is the solution there, then it's not anything on screen that I'm interacting with. It's something off screen. Right? So, let's try that again. Let's just go back to CPU1 and let's try spitting the POW this time. I mean, I know I should have tried that, yes. I was hoping to, but then I soft dropped the POW into a very inconvenient location and didn't manage to activate it. But I was looking at the screen and wondering, okay, if the POW is doing anything for me there whatsoever, it is kind of a hidden mechanic. And so... yeah, I don't know if that really quite works, given that it's it would feel like a bit of a shot in the dark. Also, I guess, yeah, I am sort of increasingly convinced the red pipes are just a massive diversion. Okay, let's come back through here. But yeah, the P-switch being active, though, seemed to change something in terms of not allowing the proximity activation of the on-off switch to occur, if I'm correct. Oh, or, well, no, because I went in there in the on state, and so I think if you go in there in the off state, then it automatically toggles into the on state. And what am I doing here? Yeah, okay. Still thinking way too far ahead in the level rather than looking at what I'm doing in the here and now. Let's let them drop. Go back through here. Grab number 2. Okay, here we are. Okay, we are back, and we will take this location over here. No. That might, in fact, be the first time I've done that. Over so many attempts on this. Never actually missed that particular shot, but... You honestly expected someone to spit POW before you noticing that the yellow blocks weren't changed. Well, you see, I went into that room mostly paying attention to the yellow blocks, right? Because I thought that was going to be the way to go. It was that you were going to do P plus coin drop. But anyway, we'll go back there and we'll see what's going to go on with the POWs and the bomb activation, given that the bombs were still alive at the time, which is sort of interesting as well. I think that was some kind of state change from what we had before. Yes, because we didn't have the auto activation of the on-off switch. Anyway, let's tap that. I'm just thinking about that room in terms of like the difference between entering in an off state and an on state when you go through the green pipe. Oh, we're still on CP0, yeah. Okay, let's do the flight. And let's see how many attempts this takes. Always going to be a few. And we'll just see. Nope. So I guess whoever got the CP0 clear on this file, I mean, if you're not aware of who they are, I guess you didn't get to see that on video, but I guess it's kind of a proof of concept that somebody else has been doing it. Yeah, we're past CP1, so let's just take the death. Okay, tap this. Yeah, and I guess on your way out of CP1, the bombs in the pipe room have already blown up everything that will be blown up. Come on. We are. P-switch. Thank you. Okay. Now we wait. And yeah, same idea. Gotta respawn this to blow up the lower gate. Best time to start is a little under 4 minutes 30. Okay. Yeah, I remember checking your clear time, or clear check time rather, when I did get the CP0 clear last time around. I mean, you had to be very brisk to do that. Have to get the cape in one shot, have to get boom boom in one shot. I found that I already kind of needed that to be the case, even as someone attempting the CP0 clear at all, but... I mean, of course, as the level maker, you would have a very precise sequence mapped out for that. But even so... Let's wait a moment. Whoops. Your times are really optimized now. Yeah, considering how many times you've had to clear check this thing. And on all 3 exits, for that matter. Because you've been through quite a few versions at this point. I wonder why I'm still missing a second jump. This is unusual. Okay. Tap. I don't know why the second jump is just not making contact. Might be going too early, perhaps? I don't know. Let's see. There we go. Alright. Still a very satisfying mechanism there. Let's let the P-switch refresh. Good. Grab this guy. Grab the Yoshi. And we'll attempt the same thing. And we'll have to do it right, otherwise CP2 is just going to trap us all over again. So let's dive down here. Grab this door. And what's going to go on here? Let's come up to this block. And Mamuga, this is a puzzle from Biggie Swallows. We have previously cleared 2 out of 3 exits, but the interesting thing about this puzzle is that there is a different solution depending on which checkpoint you start from. So every checkpoint has a different answer. And so we've solved it from start. We've solved it from checkpoint 2, but we're making our first attempt at solving it from checkpoint 1. So yeah, not surprised that you've seen it before. It's been on our stream a lot, and I know that Biggie Swallows has been passing it around. I haven't seen anybody else play this yet, though. I haven't looked at anybody else's playthrough, partly because, you know, I am solving this myself. I lost track of what I was doing here. I just blew up the left side. Ah, yes, okay. Okay, back we go. And let's see what we can do here. On-off state should not matter, given that we're not going out to the left side. And clown car interaction here shouldn't matter either, in fact. I know Zero's been doing a lot of uncleared puzzles. Yeah, actually, I do remember seeing him as the first clear the first time I played this, when I was doing the standard CP2 exit. Zero was the first clear on that file, but it's been through multiple versions by this point. This is at least the 3rd, possibly even 4th version I've played. 3rd, I think. Because I've been playtesting a couple of iterations. And a few things have been fixed. Yeah, if you can find some kind of solution for this checkpoint, that would be wonderful, because it's still the one thing that kind of really sticks out as a, you know, unfortunate vestige of bug fixing. And... oh, he found CP2, okay. Yeah, I haven't dropped by Roru in some time. He doesn't tend to be on at a time that I can make, so... I haven't really watched him do puzzles, but I do know that a lot of people who submit to me also get puzzles over to him. Okay, so we want P-switch active, and we want Yoshi active, and we want to spit to POW once we're on the other side. Am I in on or off? I'm in on. Okay, that's important. Because off state would block the bombs, right? Yeah. Okay, doing that while the P-switch was still active was perhaps not the right idea then. Maybe I needed the P-switch to expire. However, 150 seconds, I can try that twice. Interestingly enough, because I used a POW, I'm not able to shoot the bomb on the right side either. Mr. Electro, predominantly poking puzzles precariously? No, I'm mostly just procrastinating. Professionally. Let's see here. Yeah, let's do the double POW thing again. And this time let's wait for the P expiry before we actually fire that off. Can I move over? No, I can't. I've blown that up. I'm going to be very tight on time here. And it is going to kick me back to CP2, unfortunately. Okay. Clown car. And, yep. Here we go. Grab the POW. Yeah, I guess the ability to grab a P-switch somewhere in this level would break all kinds of things that we haven't really been considered yet, but we should keep our eyes peeled for that regardless. Okay, here's a POW. Let's do this once again. And yeah, there's nothing indicating to me that I've seen yet that, you know, there should be a particular on-off state or a particular P state for the POW spit, because, like, I don't know why I'm doing the POW spit here. That's the issue, is that, you know, I'm trying it because I missed it the last time it came through this segment, but... Oh, shoot, no, I forgot the... what is it? P. Like, I see the POW P clue, but I don't see any kind of on-screen indication as to why it would do anything, and what kind of interaction is actually involved, and so... I mean, I know it is meant to be a hard solution, it's just that, like... I think it is a... If this is doing anything at all, it is a little bit opaque, but... Let's try to get through there and see... if anything changes this time. Let's hope Yoshi can make that gap. Okay, P-switch is active. Let the P-switch expire. Nope. Maybe the POW needs to hit a specific target. Because I don't see an obtainable P-switch. So it's not going to be that. And regardless, the P-switch is not going to drop the gate anyway, so... A sound plays and something visual happens the first time I throw a POW in that room with the P-switch on. Huh. Okay. Let's take a look at it again. I don't know if I'm picking up on it. And regardless, like, I still haven't determined whether throwing the POW in that room is affected by whether the P-switch is still activated. Oh, the first time I throw the POW in the room with the P-switch still on, yeah, which is what I tried just now, but I guess I wasn't paying very close attention to it. So, Let's try to get back to the CP1 start. Maybe, but you know, since we know to look out for some kind of clue, let's get back here and see if it's something I've just very obviously overlooked. Yeah, because I know this bomb above me gets killed. E-switch still running, store to power, and something does happen. Okay, yeah, because I definitely did not notice something happening. Particularly if it's something that only happens once. That if it's a non-repeatable thing. And that would be especially difficult to pick up. Okay. Let's get back to where we were. And flow through it. And yeah, it's mostly just a matter of doing the cape segment, really. And not losing track of what Yoshi is carrying at any given time. And I do occasionally lose track very easily. Okay. Back we go. P-switch up here. Yeah. Yeah, because I find that, you know, sometimes the easiest way for me to really get stuck on something is if I've already written off the actual solution as something I've already tried. Like, that tends to be what leads to the biggest dead ends, is when I think I've done something already and I've already kind of classified that as something that doesn't work, or it doesn't seem to produce a desired response, and so we'll see. Like, even if there is like just a bell sound or something on top of that, where not even a subtle effect, but like even if you had the ding dong that was sort of only taken care of with power, and I know it's kind of difficult because like of the way that the sound range is on screen only when it comes to Mario Maker 2, which I think is actually a change from Maker 1 as well, in terms of the activation range on sound effects. Am I holding the fire? I think I am. Okay. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, I don't even know what it does yet, so it's not like I can comment very much on what a possible solution would be, because I just haven't seen the effect and don't understand its nature. Oh. But I guess if there is some kind of state change from that I can interact with afterwards by coming back out and doing something else, maybe we could be onto something, but still also mentally tracking whether we are in world or sub-world. Obviously, you are going to be in main world for the goal screen. Little audio thing that happens, yeah. I have my audio rather low right now. I usually play... When I'm doing things like viewer levels, I'll tend to play on headset in case people send me music levels. But when I'm just doing puzzles, usually the only audio cue that's really relevant is stuff like bomb activations and other things I can pick up through visual clues or rumble, right? So I don't really have my audio at full blast at the moment when it comes to what I'm listening to on my side. Oh no, I need to die here because of CPU 1. Okay, let's just find some way to take a death. Spike seems the way to do it. And yeah, we'll get back here And like I said, I definitely don't know if the on-off state will matter as well when I take the green pipe. Okay. That's gonna be done. Very nice of Yoshi to just go ahead and activate that for me. Okay, what have we got here? Key drop. Followed by... Oh, almost. Oh, I see why you would be able to optimize that, actually, if you were just really quick about the loop. It's a slightly faster method than what I had been trying previously. Okay. Let's punch our way through here. And let's see... Oh, first attempt, wonderful. And, yep, P activation, let's just get a refresh on this to be safe. There we go. Yeah, the Yoshi run, I do know what you mean. I do understand. Okay, there we go, and back up for this guy here. And then back. Yeah, I think just because of the inconvenience of the CP1 reset, past the point where you get to POW, it is one of those things where I think that the only people really keen on trying it are likely to be those that you're sort of specifically explaining the concept of this level to, such as myself. I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I just think it's something that a player would really have to be invested in this level to want to pursue. Why am I grabbing fire twice? No, I don't need it. I want the bomb. Yeah, sometimes I just have to keep track of what's going on. Okay. That's down. Well, supposing that it affects something in the main world, we're just going to sort of work by inference here. If going with the POW affects something in the main world on the goal screen, the only place where we can check for what it might have affected is to go back through this pipe afterwards to see if there has been any kind of state change. But I don't see why there would be, because I don't see what kind of exits might have opened up there. But I'm just sort of keeping in mind, like, if we were to check somehow what has been modified about the main world, which is within range of some kind of POW activation on the goal screen, that would be what I would think of checking, simply because we don't have other pipe locations that are going to be accessible. That's kind of spoiler-driven thinking in some ways, where, you know, I already kind of have a developer clue here that the POW is on the right track, and so I'm kind of working based on that information, but if I know for sure that that room is going to matter, then I've got to check the only places where it could conceivably matter, and that's going to be going back to the entry area. Okay, there we go. P-switch, please. P-switch, please. There we go. Okay, let's look out for the effect. Yeah, it's a fun concept to make. Like, very complex. I don't see it. I thought I saw a fleeting, like, score symbol or something on the left that seemed to tell me that something was dying. I've also noticed this whole time that there is that hard block that is at the very top that we've never interacted with, and which might be a bomb location for dropping towards the goal. But I've never seen how to potentially interact with it. No, I just didn't see it. I thought I saw something down the left side, like the score. Again, it may just be because I have my volume low, but I just... it's not clear to me that something has changed, I guess. But since we kind of have the spoiler that that was supposed to do something, we'll go back and check the other location. Okay, let's go back through here. The sort of transfer segment here is also in main world. That's potentially important. I haven't actually tried to work around this in terms of the layout by, you know, trying to look for... What am I trying to say? I'm trying to look for clues on the level layout that's sort of accessible if you just scan the layout of the main world. That's something I have not tried, but we wanted on-off. Bomb's not useful yet, but we should keep that bomb access in mind. Also, yeah, no, I don't see how this is going to be any different at all, actually. Because even if we activate the on-off switch... Nope, nothing in this room. Yeah, if I just can't see the clue, and maybe I should wait to playtest the next version, then, if it's something you're likely to revise. Maybe it's a better idea for me to test the next round, because I just don't know what I was supposed to find. Maybe if I went back over the video afterwards I could see, but I would definitely not be able to do it in this segment without inspecting it first. But... we'll have to take a look here. I'll see it in the video. Okay, okay. Yeah, my visual perception of the whole screen is sometimes a bit of a weakness. It's a known weakness from people who have sent me puzzles before. That's, you know, if you have something that's just sort of happening on the edge of the screen, sometimes I just don't see it. Yeah, I think after this timeout, I will hold this then. And maybe I can kind of figure it out on a separate segment. We'll try one last thing here. Which is... I can actually make it in time. I am going to try to do... POW plus fire, just to see what's going on with the pipe. I don't think I'll have time. No, I don't think I'll have time. Too many activation issues along the way. Just to pop the red pipes. Yeah, no, we'll just let this time out and we'll work on something else, I think. But hey, we are kind of making very minimal progress. I did very few things differently on this series of attempts. But let's grab the CP2 clear anyway, just to run through it, since we're here. It's going to be with an absurd time, but I might as well just flag this with a clear, since we're available. I don't actually need to POW for that, I don't think. Since it's going to be through... actually, you know what? No, you're going to potentially revise and re-upload this anyway, so we've shown it off so many times. We'll show it off a different time. couple more clears on this since I last looked at it, though. Looks like people might be doing more secret hunting, given that we have 4 clears on 3 profiles, so... Yeah, thank you for that. We're definitely not done with it. And I'll just have to look at what it was I didn't see. I'm just looking at the main screen here in the preview and trying to figure out what could possibly have been activated by the POW. And yeah, you can see, okay, so everything is, I think I noticed this before, is under the implicit scroll lock from building on the bottom half anyway, so the hard block that was on top, I think, doesn't actually matter, unless there's something going on here where you like break open to the top of the level and run across the ceiling all the way to the end. Like run across with a hard block. But something tells me that's not the case. So, I mean, the hard block over the gold does kind of look suspicious, but I think that might just be a diversion given the way that the level is constructed. Okay, not going to spoil too much of it with looking at it here, though. Yeah, so someone must have played it on stream, either that or when Roru first played it, people started following me. I mean, you know, I played it on stream, but I didn't have that much of an audience for some of the previous clears, so I don't think anybody was necessarily sniping that, but I'm sure that you do have people just following your profile at this point to make sure they catch the re-uploads as they come up. So, didn't you say you had like an Uno Mas as well? I know it's puzzle night, but since you're here, let's take a look. 5 seconds on this. Espectro de Espiga, which is going to be... Okay, so let's take a look at this again. I want to see what just happened now that I'm paying attention. Spike ball. And then the blaster falls over the gate. Okay. And then what's going on here? Door. And then... Oh, okay, it's just blaster blocking over the gate. You don't have a good explanation. Just go into the door as this switch triggers. It's frame perfect, okay. Oh. And then now we have the black blaster spawn. Because of some kind of break. Okay, interesting. So wait, what's the actual cause and effect here with the, switch activation? Okay, interesting. If you do it right, the switch triggers after I exit the door. Okay, interesting. Because let's say we have the switch triggering after I exit the door, then that would just destroy the blaster spawning into position as it's coming down, right? Oh. Yeah, I'm trying to enter it before the switch triggers, but I'm not quite getting it. I don't do frame perfect technique of any sort very well, as you might have discerned, so... Oh, okay, that was actually it. Interesting. No, too late. Nope. Let's work on his timing here. Yeah, I know I did it once, and I just sort of missed it. Well, somebody got it on a first try, as a 4-second record might attest. Nope. Nope, still a little bit late. Yeah, I don't know if this will necessarily be something very usable from a design perspective, but it is kind of an interesting edge case that, you know, I guess we just have to be aware of for quality checking purposes. Random player who got it, okay. Yeah, frame perfect edge cases always a bit of a tricky thing to negotiate around, but let's see. Nope, still don't have the timing. Nope, too early. Trying to do it just as it makes contact. Nope. It very briefly broke Secret of the Keep, but you never uploaded a version where it worked. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I can do it, unfortunately. But, I mean, I know there was that one particular attempt where it happened, but can't quite get my inputs down precisely enough to do that. So, anyway, thank you for that, Biggie Smalls. Now let's sort of emerge into the light here and try to remember what other levels in this game even look like. Okay, I had a couple of codes written down. There was one that I wanted to bring up while I'm still not totally fried, which is this one. The only real use if you want to be a jerk and upload a level that seems unbeatable, well, I mean, you do have a 15% clear rate on that, so clearly some people were getting it. At least that person who was clearly trying to crunch the speed record down to 4 seconds. Okay, so here's BirdDog6, who I see very often on some of the other puzzle streams. Like, he kind of hangs out with the other puzzle streamers and sends them stuff, and so I have not seen the solution to this. I did see it pop up on somebody else's stream a few days ago, but as you can see, this is from late February, and I was just kind of curious about it, because I haven't really caught up on BirdDog's puzzles. 23-second world record by Cyphers. I see Cyphers on a lot of these. Let's see what this is all about. Okay. Objective here is going to be to, well, grab a key, go through the key door. I think that's going to be the only thing we can do. So the question is, what do we do for the key? We know switch activation is going to open up the right side. We don't see a screen scroll yet, but that's because I haven't come over here. State blocks are not going to enforce scroll stop, and we're at the end of the goal screen anyway, so I think the implication here is that the spring is holding the key. So the idea would be that we want on-off blocks to be open. We want to get up top, and we want to have some way to have an object drop or a jump on the jump block on the other side. We know that the blaster is going to be shooting a trampoline in either direction, depending on where we're standing. This doesn't quite get me through. And we don't know what the skull platforms are usable for yet, but I think they can probably be used for some kind of item escort. So for example, if you had an object on the other side and you had like the skull collision with the semi-solids, like load the object over, for instance. So I'll need to reset, but the idea would be, you know, you'd want that collision to push an object over, and then it would slide against a wall, it would maybe drop. P-switch is something I don't understand yet. I don't know what the P-switch affects other than just being an additional weight. Maybe there's some kind of difference in collision logic between the two objects, but I don't see that. So we'll have to restart this and see if we can muddle through it. P-switch would allow me to do something like an up throw. Like, I want to drop an object on the other side without landing on the skull platforms first, right? So let's say I do this. Let's just test the collision thing first, just to see if the behavior is roughly as I expect. I would need to pop one of these skull platforms, drop in, hit the on-off switch. Okay, it doesn't load, and in any case that one goes too far, but the one on the left might be a bit more cooperative. Because the idea would be that if it's near the end of its pattern, you might be able to do something. Oh yes, no, if you have one object already on a lift, you might be able to use it to push the second one, but the question is then how would you manipulate any of that when the interaction is only going to happen on the other side of the wall? And hey, Terminator, welcome. Now we could always take advantage of the fact that the on-off blocks could potentially destroy objects. And you made part 4 of surfing. I still need to beat part 3, as you'll recall. I didn't make it past the top left part of that the last time you submitted, so... But yeah, looking forward to part 4 as well. Okay, so we have a lift. Donut block is doing what for me? I guess it's mostly just regulating the drop back down to the on switch. The other thing too is, let's say I have that going on. Quite possibly, if the skull platforms are unable to pick up something resting on a semi-solid, then the question is, you see, watch this thing? It's going to drop, right? The way I would do it is I would have, for instance, spring down here, E up here. If there's some way I can find to load them both onto this side, and just have the P kind of bouncing indefinitely over the spring until the skull platform comes and maybe carries the P down here. Question is, how do I get both objects over to that side? It would be using up throw. But if I use up throw, I kind of have a bit of a problem. In that I would activate this too early. But the idea that I'm looking at here is to... Let's try to place this. If I can demonstrate this. So the idea is that you would just have these bouncing, and you would want the P to kind of land on the skull platform and then get pushed, perhaps. If it's escorted down. Question is, at this point I don't know how to escort both objects over to the other side without activating this platform first, because we are trapped on this side of the blaster. However, if we destroy the spring and spit it out on the right side, that would be how we might do it, but currently don't see how to destroy the spring if we are already using it. We'll have to think about that, because the question currently is, let's say the spring comes out on the left side, as it will when we spawn into the initial position. We need to find a way to get through here without activating the skull platform, because we need the skull platform for final interaction, I think. Unless both of them are usable. Because, okay, look at this. Skull platform here is going to go straight. And then it's going to continue, and whatever object is carrying is just going to slide here against the wall, and then probably just do a straight drop. The other thing too is I can just destroy the spring and refresh it on this side. And that would solve some issues, perhaps. But yeah, main issue is that when you activate the on-off switch and open up the right side column, you don't really have access to anything. So the whole setup has to be remote. And indeed, you probably need a platform activated already by the time you come down here and hit this switch. Which means we need to kind of jump on a platform, then jump quickly over to the semi-solid, come down to donut block, hit the on-off switch, let it do its business on the other side. What happens if I hug the blaster right away? Okay, hug the blaster right away, it prevents the spring from spawning. However, we still have the issue of activating the first skull platform prematurely, so let me show you what I'm looking at here. The idea is that, yeah, now we would just blow both the platforms, which is not great. The idea is I want to do some kind of stack over here. Wait, no. And get a drop on that jump block when a skull platform is able to carry it down, so. Now, what is this spring good for? We know that anything is potentially destructible. Also, I don't think the P will be useful for anything when we activate it. That's the other thing we had to process here. This allows me to skip all the way up, of course. That's kind of important. The other important interaction is that the spring should be safely stackable on top of the P, I think. Let me just try this quickly. Because if it's stackable on top of the P, then I can not quite reach, unfortunately. I was hoping that would do something for me, but apparently not. And in fact, I'm just stuck now. Although I also have no running distance, I wonder if I can get that extra tile if I have that in open position. But counting the blocks here, I think not. Okay, so let's see what we can do with this then. We haven't taken advantage of up throws yet. The P would also obstruct an up throw, but the problem currently is that I do not want to activate the skull. However, One way to not activate the skull would be to put a spring on top of it. Okay, here's how it's gonna go. I probably don't want to bounce this P on top of it right this moment. What I might want to do is do an up throw on a P, and do an up throw on the spring. Now I have a landing location that allows me to not touch the skull, and the spring is in a location where it will be destroyed if I hit the on-off switch, which allows me to re-obtain it on the right side. Nope, nope, missed. Feels like that should have been doable though. I just needed a bit of a dash into it. I like this approach, and I am going to try it once more. Okay, come here. Raise the P. Raise the spring. Let's give it a bit of displacement here, just to give us some headroom. Not that it matters, because the P will be bounced anyway. We bring the P with us, we destroy the spring. And then we do the kind of dual activation thing over on this side. Let's get the P into a safe location first of all, where it won't be manipulated. And destroy the spring with the on-off switch. Release it, and it's okay if we drop this guy. Because that's not going to give us the pattern we want anyway. Now, hopefully, this gives me something. I feel like that positioning is going to be too slow. We want to maybe one block over. Let's drop this for a moment. Yeah, like move it over here. So it has a bit more of an opportunity to drop and get carried over without hugging the wall directly. Because we want the P to kind of fall towards the spring. That's still a little too far over. Why not just another tile to the left if we can manage it. Okay. Better. Now... Okay. We need to activate this and go quickly over this side. Tap the on-off switch. There we go. Finished. Oh, it feels good to solve something after having traversed a maze for some time. Nice to get some clears in again. Okay, that was reasonably satisfying. Might do one or two more from Bird Dog just to kind of get a sense of the style. It's a pretty big profile as far as puzzles go, so we've got a lot that we can take a look at, but we can take a look at some of the most recent ones. I noticed that there is kind of a gap between when many of these were uploaded, so let's take a look at Detonation Puzzle. Reach the goal after grabbing all one coin. Okay. So, what do we have here? We have the door sitting... Oh, no, this is the axe location. And we need to grab the coin, which is going to be the pink coin, to the top left, guarded by a muncher. And a single POW is only going to unstack one muncher here, unless, of course, we throw the POW directly into the muncher. If we throw it directly into the muncher, I think we're set, but we are kind of in a weird position here. Spiny Hat looks like it requires a key switch activation almost. Unless, of course, we have the spring and get up on that location. Yeah, there's no P-switch visible here. Or really even a likely location for it, except for the question block, so I think it's going to be spring, allowing us to bop that, and giving us the spiny hat. Assuming we use it as a spiny hat and not as a spiny shell. On-off activation is not accessible to us anytime soon until both of the munchers are down, which requires 2 POWs. Currently, the only interaction that's available to me is coming through here, so let's do that. See if there's anything that is going to be relevant. It's also described as a detonation puzzle, so the other thing that we have access to currently is a bomb, and the bomb is something that can be reloaded. So the question is... yeah, the bomb can be placed on top of the POW in order to blow up the question block. Now, we actually do know from a Tempest Funk's puzzle that we played at the beginning of this stream that blowing up the block below the POW will activate the POW. We were reminded of that recently. Okay. That allows me to come up to this door, but we'll need to go back through this door because then when we come back, the POW will drop in the absence of a question block. So we'll have access to a POW once more. No, because the question block will respawn, but that's okay because we have access to it anyway. So I'm guessing that, of course, the question block contains a vine. Now, the fact that it contains a vine might be important because it means that if we manage to activate that, for instance with a shell, that allows me to climb up to the top section. Having 1 POW available, though, is going to do what for me? Well, it's going to allow me to unstack both munchers, first of all, which allows me to change the on-off state. Whoops. Except I need to be careful with my facing direction here. I think I need to face right and then toss directly into the muncher as I go down, perhaps? Yeah, I would need to toss while facing right. Okay. The logic part of these I can do. Precision-oriented interactions can be strange to me, so... let's pop down here. Let's grab the POW. Pop back over. Either door will do, it's not going to make a difference in this particular instance. Okay, that's going to blow everything up, including the shell, including the bomb. That's okay, because the only thing we wanted to do there was grab that. If we respawn the bomb, we can do the same interaction to grab the POW, but with a different state now. And if we do that, well, we'll see that going through this door will now allow me to obtain the spring. Spring will, of course, give me access to this spiny hat. We'll not be able to carry both spring and POW until we toggle the on-off state once more, perhaps. No, actually, never mind that. I mean, the shell does give you a vine climb. Because I see no reason to wear it as a shellman, actually. I'd much rather just carry the shell. But we'll think about that. Because I should be able to come through here. And let's think about it as a shell first. Which if I soft drop in midair, I can retain it. The idea being that if I have the shell available while I come through the left side door, I'm able to activate the POW as well as spawn a vine. And that will allow me to regrab this in the event that I can actually toggle the state back to on. Issue being, I think I need some way to get the state back to on and yet retain the spring, which I'm currently not seeing because we lose objects every time we go through the door. Oh, the other thing that I haven't thought about is the fact that if I do have the on state and I have the POW activation, so if I have access to both the POW and the spring, that allows me to come up here. It means we need on state, and we need access to both the POW and the spring somehow. We need to be able to smuggle both objects back to this side. And I still think that having the vine is probably our best bet when it comes to doing that. But no, actually, nope. Here's what's going to happen. We're going to wear the spiny hat, because wearing a spiny hat allows me to make permanent progress with this block. And then now we have access to more spiny shells, and we do not need to take damage to do that. So that's going to be important because it allows us to sort of reset everything and then tap the block on the right side. So let's say I go through here. We want to reobtain the POW again, so that's going to depend on taking the bomb. Yeah, Spiny Hat is available permanently. Of course, not if we do things like that with the POW, but the idea is that we'll activate this now with the state set back to off, or on rather. Hang on. Let's do this properly. No. Well, we can take damage and make mistakes, unfortunately. But we do have some permanent progress on a shell. So yeah, now here's what happens. We are able to obtain the spring by carrying a spiny shell. Or are we? Hang on here. Hang on here. And the way I would do it is by dropping the bomb and then spin jumping on it. But if I'm spin jumping on it, I can't carry this, but that's okay. I don't need to. That will do, so. Okay. There we go. Now we hit this block here. There we go. And now we should have access to spring and POW, except I still have to deal with the munchers somehow. And so the way I would deal with the munchers is how I would need access to two things at once, I think. And hey, Natcat, welcome. Okay, well, we did make a bit of a minor breakthrough in terms of understanding how to use the bomb to get directly to the POW without having to do the destruction. In fact, we could even have done that on the very first attempt. So So I think the idea here now is... yeah, we definitely need the POW to come across. But, okay. Supposing we drop this... am I able to get up here? No. Okay, not quite. But, yeah, let's think about that. So yeah, Netcat, hope you're doing well. Glad you could join us at this unsightly hour. Okay, so we know how to grab the spring with the state set to on. We don't know how to get both the spring and the POW back to this side yet. Because off state is always going to lock you to the right side. And you can only carry one of those objects. Now, I mean, I should sort of think about this in two parts, where, like, I know how to do all of the muncher removal. Like, the issue is that I'm currently thinking about the top left here as something that requires me to use both the POW and the spring while we are on the same screen. And Cordial Snail, welcome. Because in order to get the coin, the current thinking that I have is that you must be able to spend a POW and use the spring to get upstairs. And so, the vine getting up to the spring during the on state is what the spiny hat gives me. The spiny shell, I guess, if we're using it as a shell. Anyway, we can shortcut some of the process we saw earlier by doing this. Getting immediately over to the POW. Also very noticeable to me that this is going to be a spiny hat to, of course, break the yellow block, but also to prevent any shell jump shenanigans. Not that we would ever dream of trying that, given some of the technical limits on our play. I wonder if using the POW in conjunction with the spiny hat actually... okay, no, here's what I did. Earlier I checked that the spiny hat spin jump gets me up to the top left. It gets me one block below the top left. But if we just come back with a POW, POW would need to be spent though, so that's not going to be it. I was thinking, okay, stack the POW, stack the spiny hat on top of the POW. Great, you've got tons of height. Except we still need to spend the POW first in order to get through the muncher. So that's still not going to be it. However, the bomb could still sort of be to my advantage here, perhaps. Now, on-off switch is going to be pretty securely blocked off from anything like bombardment. However, and this is kind of important, we know that there actually is a way to do a sort of timed activation of the on-off switch, perhaps. The issue being that if the POW is destroying the munchers, it's also destroying the bomb. Yeah, but I was kind of hoping that, you know, if the munchers were down, on-off switch would be sort of the natural way to have some kind of remote activation. Using the bomb would be the best way to have a remote activation, but that would be terribly dangerous because, like, that would mean that you would throw the POW but have the bomb in the air. And it's possible to have the bomb in the air if it's bouncing on a spring, for instance, but we're Not really able to do that when the door resets kind of throw everything off, so. Let's walk through the sequence that we've established so far just so we can review what kind of steps we do in fact have in mind. We know that once again, POW is going to give me a state toggle every time. And we also know that grabbing the spring is going to give me access to the spiny head. We also know now that having the off state enforces that we need the bomb in order to get through this location here. So that's going to be a constraint. So we take the spring back. We know that we can unlock permanent access to this guy. And unlocking permanent access to that guy allows me to take a shell through with me. And also allows for anything involving spin jumping. But I don't really have a clear idea of how to use that to my advantage just yet. So, yeah, obviously, Shell is able to give me Divine. Vine is able to give me Spring in the on state. That's as far as we had gotten with this so far. Now, the question is the bomb still usable for anything interesting or critical? I mean, we're able to take damage now, so the thing is, I can just kind of sit with the bomb as well. But I see no reason why I would want to do that. We can also think about whether there are ways to... Well, let's see, because the issue is that both the Spring and the POW have an initial spawning location that is past the reset points. From a logical perspective, I don't see a way that the Spring and the POW can ever both be simultaneously alive on the left side. Because no matter what, you must go through a door in order to get one of them to the left. And if you're going through a door to get one of them to the left, you're not going to be able to do it with both. So it could be that the Spring is going to mislead us here. And that its job is already done. Still haven't thought about what to do with the bomb, of course. And that's something that could be quite relevant. So yeah, let's think about this. We know that this is able to get me through back to the POW in the off state, but no particular reason why I would want to do that. It does give me both POW and Spring if I'm in the off state, but once again, no way to get them both across at the same time. So yeah, the current line of thinking is you take this, you then, or rather, you can take the POW, you can get everything back into the on state. The fact that we are able to take damage now is one important state change that we have not taken advantage of. Not like that, of course, that's kind of useless. We're on 33 seconds on this reset. But yeah, this interaction here gives me POW. POW at this stage is accompanied by Spiny Shell, which it's not really useful yet, but supposing we do that, toggle this, because we know for sure, given the gating of the coin, that we will need everything back to on. Let's just run a timer out and just try that again quickly. And re-establish our position. Okay. We are going to, once again, do the bomb spin jump method. It's probably the quickest way to get through here quickly. Grab the POW. And always good with these puzzles to just sort of step through the main path anyway, just to kind of get the proper sequence down as a habit. Respawn the bomb and then get over to the right side. Okay. So far so good. I wonder if we need some way to maybe even, you know, walk the bomb over the other side. But I'm just thinking about like the different things we could do with bomb logic, like whether it would be something like a timed activation on the on-off, which would kind of allow me to pass through 2 gates. It might be, actually. But passing through 2 gates isn't necessarily going to be that useful. Because, like, the idea would be that, you know, we would want to grab the spring and then bounce back somehow, so maybe a little bit easier to illustrate for the purposes of, you know, giving you something visual to look at for my thought process. Yeah, because we want to unlock the shell. So that's still part of what we've established so far. And yeah, Electro Dude, enjoy your lecture. Okay, let's bust this down. And what do we got here? So we now can return to the POW. Yeah, we're able to return to the POW. And then toggle everything back to on, but now with access to shells. So this requires a bomb. Okay. Let's just kind of map that out quickly. And I kind of see that with a timed activation on the bomb, we might understand something here, because let's say the bomb walks over and hits the on switch while we're on the other side. And that allows us to grab the spring, but then we don't have a second activation on the on-off in order to bring us back. That's the issue. Anyway, this is going to give me shell access and POW access. Shell access allows me to potentially take a bomb through here. That's not going to be very useful, given that all that's going to do is destroy Divine Block in the same way as before. So the idea is that if we can come back here with POW now with the shell in hand, how does that change anything at all, really? How does the fact that we're able to grab the spring in the on state, which is an actual point of progression, like what does that actually do for us? So supposing we retrace our steps to what we had tried previously. Come up here. Down here. So yeah, we know what this interaction is going to give me. It gives me spring in an on state. Currently the question is, what does the spring in the on state do for me? As opposed to the spring in the off state. And that is as yet unclear. Because I don't see how obtaining the spring while the switch is on does anything for me yet. It could be that if I spend a POW over here, then if I'm taking the POW over here, notice that there's going to be a gap in the bottom right. And that's still not useful because you can't get a shell deflection or something when there's no wall to the right of the question block. It is just going to sail its way out. So, let's see what kind of step we're missing here. I don't know if maybe there's some kind of like object collision that we should be aware of. That might potentially give us what we need. But I don't think there really is any solution to the munchers other than, oh, you know what? Bomb activation in range of the coin, does that do something? I don't think it does, but we're going to try it. No, didn't think so. Bit of a long shot. I would have noted that interaction by now if it were actually the case. But this might be important because if we have the POW already down, like we need POW to get rid of the muncher for sure. But we only need a single POW hit to get rid of the muncher. And so, the issue is that we are never going to have two POWs alive, though, because like if we have one POW, we spend on the munchers down here, that gives us access to the on-off switch. Second POW comes over here. Well, no, I mean, we don't have a second POW. Just trying to think about like whether there is some way we can use this as a timed gate. Because I currently don't see what else is even available to me, except, of course, for having a shell just kind of bump its way around. What is this called? Detonation puzzle. Detonation puzzle. Could be the bomb, could be the POW. Lots of things detonate around here. Yeah. Wonder if there's an interaction that we're not thinking about in terms of some thing that we can do with the coin. Or even something like a shell throw in that location. But I doubt it's the case because the thing is, you know, you need to get rid of the muncher, and the only way to get rid of the muncher that I can see currently is the POW. One other thing we hadn't considered is how the on-off switches might be usable in conjunction with the bomb. There's the bomb sitting on top of the dotted line blocks and detonating there. Anyway, let's walk through it. Just try to get back into a playable position. Okay. Fine so far. Okay. How is fine. Interestingly enough, I can walk up here with POW as well, but that's not seemingly that useful. Now, why was it? Oh yes, we needed the on-off toggle in order to access the springs. That's why it's relevant to anything at all. Okay. Back through here. Back through here. Just repeating a lot of what we had already established at this point. Yeah, there's something going on with being able to activate the on-off switch in that sort of slightly displaced position. If it's meant to be targeted with the bomb on the lower level, if you can manage it. Because if we were to trap ourselves across, what on earth would that do? Gonna take a little bit of thinking here. Okay. We know that. And we know... Yeah, no objects are going to pass through without a door activation unless there is a timed activation to the on-off. Timed activation requires POW to go first. Let's do POW first. And then... let's see if there's anything else that I might not have considered. Like maybe an alternating on-off. Using a combination of the shell and the spring. Because, yeah, so let's say we have like an alternating switch pattern, perhaps. And that wouldn't really do what I wanted to do, I don't think. Okay. Where were we? We're burning way too much time on this. We need to grab this. And just going to wait for this to get back into position. Okay, that seems correct. And then having the access to the other shell seems correct. Could also be, like, one thing we hadn't considered is any kind of shell-related interaction with the POW, which could also be something like a remote detonation, perhaps. Not really seeing it, though. Nope, missed. Actually do need to have that directly within range. Interestingly enough, once we do have access to the spiny shell, we are able to take the bomb directly here. I don't know why that's useful. It might not be. We know how to grab the POW in this corner when everything is in the off state and the on state. We know how to toggle the switch once again. Let's not do that yet. I also know that this kind of stack allows me to go as high as I want. Problem being that we need the POW to do its job first. Get rid of the muncher. Maybe the idea is that I would need to have something like a 2-stack. Get up there, and then have some kind of remote activation of the POW if I'm standing beside the muncher. So yeah, kind of assuming at this point that you'll never have the POW and the spring together on the left side. Not unless you have some kind of timed pattern here, and you can't have a timed pattern here unless you've already spent the POW to unblock the munchers and give you access to things like the on-off switch. So assuming that the POW and the P are never going to be on the left side together, what options do we have? We have thought about this. It would be risky to try to do the same thing with the bomb, but not impossible. We know how to smack both of these munchers for the final element of getting to the X, but we don't actually need to slap this whole too high column of munchers when we are just meaning to go up there. If we're meaning to go up to the top left, it's sufficient to just have a single interaction of some sort. Now, how would that work? Because let's say yeah, you could have like a remote activation of the shell, perhaps. This would be kind of tricky because it would require a method like this. You would do this, drop on top of the POW. Nope. Nope. That's not what I wanted to do. The idea would be that I drop the bomb on top of the POW, then I have a 2-stack. And then I would kind of get up top that way. But have a remote activation of the shell as well. Seems really quite technical. Technical enough that it seems wrong from a puzzle perspective, that it looks almost too execution dependent, but of course I don't have enough experience with this maker to know if those more execution-oriented challenges are going to be a part of it. We know that there are going to be sort of timed risky things like that that puts you in mortal peril. That's not going to help us very much at the moment. Okay, pop that. But yeah, there's a specific sequence that I'm mapping out in my head that does not involve using the spring for anything other than grabbing the spiny head. It seems wrong. It seems like it's not going to be the solution. But we've got to try it. Yeah, still sort of mapping it out in my head right now, which is why I'm not entering that door. Okay, back through here will give me P and POW, Spring and POW rather. It's true that I haven't really gone back here to do Spring plus POW. Don't think that gives me anything useful though. Heading up will not be what I want. Yeah. Okay. Let's go back. Unlock the shell. And pop this once again. Okay, so now we have shell access on a permanent basis. So now suppose that we don't need the spring. One thing we can do, of course, is just go directly without fussing with the bomb, but other than being a bit of a shortcut, this doesn't improve our position. The only thing that has changed about our position here is that we have access to Spiny Hat and POW. And the Spiny Hat, as you'll notice, kind of gets killed like that unless it's sitting on top of some kind of safe... well, unless it's not sitting on top of any kind of surface at all, and it's just bouncing around somewhere, perhaps. But we do have that. We do have a POW access. I could have done that in a risk-free way using the Spiny Shell. So the idea would be... This seems way too technical to be the actual answer. The idea would be that it would drop the bomb in this location, kick the shell, then spin jump on top of the bomb to get up to the muncher, and then the muncher dies. Seems way too technical. Yeah, like, drop the bomb here, spin jump on the bomb, left side, muncher dies. I don't like it at all, but... yeah. No way. Too execution oriented. Timing window is just not good enough to make that happen. And the Spiny Shell just falls in a well anyway. But the idea I had in mind was to have some way to make sure we blow up the POW using the Spiny Shell, but use the POW initially to get up there. Yeah, blowing up the POW will be absolutely necessary. It's just a question of, whoops, how we're going to do it. Not going to be by way of the bomb activation or anything. So for instance, if we drop this, we're able to get up here. It's not really that helpful. So we can either have some kind of solution that involves POW plus Spiny or Spring plus Spiny, but we would still need a POW detonation for anything to happen at all. Like, you can't actually reach the coin without a POW going off. So, let's see here. I also just want to test this thing here. Whether it's possible to do something like that. It is. Then the question is the shell kick actually good for anything? Except, of course, let's say we had Spiny Hat plus shell. I don't think the object collision is going to do much for me. Spiny Hat in a static position. Let's say I had a shell over here. I mean, they just kill each other, right? Yeah, of course they do. Now, is there a way, perhaps? I'm still just thinking, like, if there is some way to manipulate these switches such that the POW and the spring can in fact end up on the same side, then we're golden. But I can see how to have one timed interaction on the on-off. So, for example, let's blow up the munchers with the POWs. Use the other Spiny Hat to jump up into this position. We can have a timed activation that gives me access to a spring after all the munchers are already dead. Problem is, at that point, I have no way of getting back. Because the state would be set to off, and I would just be trapped on the right side of the room. Now, if I can find someone to have a double activation on the on-off switch, such that I have a remote activation to on. Well, let's think about that, because if I have, I mean, it's possible to do a sort of shell timer thing too, maybe. Seems a little bit tricky to set up, though. I would need to try that on the next attempt. And again, no, you actually can't do a shell timer because you would need some kind of object to brace the spiny shell. And by that point, if you're getting to the location of the on-off switch at all, that's already assuming that you have carried a POW to the left side and spent it. So, nothing yet. Could be that, possibly out of fatigue or other reasons, I'm missing something very, very obvious. Let's just walk through the sequence. Yeah, it could be something else entirely that I'm just not seeing here. Because let's say we did like an up throw with the spiny shell. I was able to land by the muncher. And I don't know if I can explain this clearly without showing it. I need to actually put on a bit of a demonstration once again. And we drop on this. Whoops. Oh, no, I need to do the on-off activation. Toggle the switch. Use the bomb, grab the spring. Currently, a lot of the ideas that I have for how to do this seem oddly execution dependent in a way that I think is a bit suspicious. And which I think actually casts doubt on whether there will be a solution. But that's the thing when you play puzzles, is that sometimes you just operate under the assumption that everybody's going to play, with one-screen puzzles especially, that you know, things like timings are not going to be too tight, and execution is not going to be the issue. But there definitely are timing-related quirks to be aware of here. Not this. Is there anything else I can do with this ring? Or is there anything that I can do with the fact that carrying the POW will prevent the POW from spawning in the location where it's appearing currently? It really feels like there is going to be something here that involves door logic that I'm not quite seeing yet. Yeah, POW allows me to go to the on-off switch again, which will be absolutely necessary. I think we just have to do it that way. Coming back through here, however, it does allow me to have both POW and spring sort of in that location. Still not going to help. Still not really going to be useful. The idea is that I need it back to on. And that's okay. We have a couple of methods for tackling things like that. Yeah, we do need to hit the switch. That's the other issue, is the way that the POW blows up the spiny shell. Now, here's a question though. Supposing the spiny shell is on a falling donut block. We have to try this. I don't think this is right though. I don't think the falling donut block actually changes any vulnerabilities here. Okay, pop up. Let's see about this. Might be missing something extremely obvious. Up through here. Yeah, as before major changes that we have spring in the on state. It's not helpful. Now it takes it to Muncher. I mean, it's possible to do that. Then what happens is I'm going to try to do the bomb jump up the POW. Go up there, grab the shell, fire the shell. It's still going to be an issue because I think the shell is actually just going to deflect. So the idea is this. Nope. Hang on. Once again, much too execution dependent. It does not feel right at all as the solution. The idea would be... Whoops. Nope. to place the shell in the upper location as before. And... oh, the other thing, though, is that... it's possible, I think, to use the bomb as a thrown object as well to grab the coin. I'm sort of thinking about it in terms of either walking to that location or throwing the shell there. But it's just as possible to come up here and throw the bomb. The thing I was considering is getting up to that location and throwing the shell. And if you throw the shell from this location, maybe you are able to hit the POW while and get the muncher down from that location. Like, the idea would be that you stand in the spot where the dotted blue block is and do some kind of POW activation from that location. Because you don't need the POW to make contact. All you need to do is get rid of the top left muncher. So the POW can be activated anywhere. The only other thing is if we can have some kind of on-off interaction that would, you know, sort of allow some kind of interactivity with the right side of the screen. I still don't see it. It does seem like we've kind of been going around in circles in certain parts of the solution. Still don't know what the donut block is really doing as a gate control either. What kind of timing sensitive element would require the donut block to be there, basically, to slow things down? Like, if the donut block is actually required as some kind of form of quality control or cheese protection, or if it's just part of the main fabric of the solution, what would that be, and what form would it take? Yeah. This might be one of those where I need to kind of put it aside and stare at it separately to really think about it, because I think it is one of those puzzle traps where cognitively you're just kind of missing the obvious because you've been focused on the routine for a little bit too long. Like, clearly the sort of activation and reactivation of the on-off will be part of the sequence. Obtaining the spring and having the vine give you access to the spring during the on state is something that we have not really made proper use of either. So, what does that mean for us? Let's try to recover progress, first of all. And, yeah, this is still correct. Okay. Now, bomb range is always going to be 2 tiles, including the sort of 1-tile diagonal. And we know that blowing up the question block does activate the POW on top of it. And hey, Durflo. Durflo, since you're here, if we need to bail on one of these, I might continue with the super world that you sent me. We did run quite a bit of it last week. I didn't quite finish. I won't be doing too many more because I will be sort of winding down probably within the next half hour or so. So if we can't solve this, I might want to finish with something else instead, but feels like we've gotten close to something. Yeah. I mean, the really execution-dependent solution does not seem right. Just, you know, you go up and grab the shell, and even if you fired a shell from this location, watch, I think it actually goes in the well. It's always going to go in the well. So that's not going to be it anyway. So we have spring access, we have on-off access. But we don't have our simultaneous POW and spring on the left side. And I'm not sure that's the thing we should be working towards. But if it's not the thing we're working towards, then we need to come up with some kind of alternative. Okay, that's going to have a spring. Going to have a POW. And yeah, just going to take the loop around. Take that out. Pop this. Now, if I'm jumping on the spring, am I ever going to have 3 objects available? Well, the issue is that if I am activating the POW, I don't have access to the spring. That's the main obstacle I'm running into here. Okay. Let's just wear that. Still haven't taken advantage of the fact that we can, in fact, take damage as well. Well, here's the thing. If the POW is kind of in that well in the bottom right, then we're able to get up here and fire. And have a remote activation like with the... like we dumped the POW in the pit, for instance. And we do some kind of remote fire. We still have no idea how to get up to that location, though, too. Kind of finish the motion. Don't know if we had considered anything we might be able to do with the munchers here on the stack, given that Spiny Hat can actually do some wonders with them. Like if there's some kind of displacement that we can do in order to take out the munchers separately. Can I blow up the POW without destroying the P block? The question block. The question block contains a vine. And the vine gives me access to the spring when the state is on. The question block, if you blow it up with a bomb, also activates the POW because the POW is sitting on top, and so that chain reaction always happens. Yeah, nothing here quite gives me enough height, unfortunately. I don't think I'm missing something mechanical. I wonder if I'm able to do an object throw of some sort in that location. But yeah, the issue is that I just don't have a way to use the POW and get up there at the same time, I think. Like I have this method that I was talking about earlier, where you might just take the shell back as you go up, but it does not seem right. So we may have to surrender on this one for the time being. I kind of want to give it one more cycle. Like we'll probably endure this timeout and then have one more attempt to set everything up cleanly, just so I have the maximum amount of time available to look at how the solution is going to go. But I feel like we're definitely missing something. And it might be something very obvious, which is, you know, once you start something for long enough, usually the case, that it's probably something known to me. This is the only slope here. Slope interactions are probably not going to be the trick. Yeah, shell, like if you fired a shell in this location, you manage to grab the spring while everything is on. If you grab the spring while everything is on, that still doesn't solve the problem of muncher collisions. Unless there's something with the spiny head you can do, or some other way of displacing them that I'm not currently aware of. Okay, dump this. Up. Pow. Pow gives you a switch. I think the sequence is still more or less correct. Getting up to this point. We hadn't really considered any kind of up throw mechanics. Maybe there's something to that effect. Other thing that we haven't considered is the fact that you can destroy objects by toggling the on-off while something is sitting on the dotted line. Haven't considered, I was hoping to do some kind of like shell deflection here, but I think you can't do it without setting up a safe surface. Dervlo, I was already kind of considering that. That was one of the things I was considering earlier, is doing a shell pickup that way. At best, that is a bit of weird cheese, though. And actually, no, the issue is that the POW has to be activated last, because you can't have the bomb or the spiny hat on the ground while the POW is activated, or they also get destroyed. So the theory I had was, well, if you can get up to this top left location, then fire the shell in such a way that it hits the POW, then maybe that gives you something. But then you would still need to solve the problem of how to actually get up to that location, right? Where was I in this puzzle? I needed to... Hang on, let's redo this. Completely lost track of what I was doing. Okay. Dump this. Come up here. POW. On switch. Okay. Now, this will give me access to the door behind POW once again. So this is the sequence I've worked out so far. You duck in here. You grab the spring. Come down here and unlock full access to Spiny Hat by bopping this block. You then have the opportunity to restore the on-off state. Not like that, you don't. I haven't tried doing Divine Activation with the POW while I spawn in on the off state. I don't see how that does anything for me, though. I have to stop interrupting my own train of thought. That's what's got to happen. But see, you bought this, and take it to POW. There are probably a few extraneous steps here that I don't actually need anymore, but which are just vestiges of my former method. Okay, so this is where we are. obtaining another spiny shell, like this. Actually, if we... Yeah, no, I would need the bomb. Couldn't you kick shell between the goal and the on-off, then the switch state would permanently change? No, because I think the one tile gap means that the shell would constantly go down. I was thinking about that. I was thinking of the back and forth interaction. I haven't directly tried it. So maybe you're right, but because I just haven't tried it, but I assumed it wouldn't work because of the way the spring would bounce. But maybe the goal X tile works a little bit differently from the regular grid. But it's true that I haven't actually tried that, and we could just attempt at this attempt, but I don't think it'll work. Like, I think it will actually just bounce once and then slip. What was I doing? I was trying to get it over the shell. That requires the bomb. Yeah. Okay. Bomb goes here. No, I needed the up throw first. Okay, up throw. Here we go. Whoops. Oh, how did that happen? That was D-pad error, I think. Hang on. Let's try this again properly. And then tap this. Okay, so this is the most notable thing we've been able to do so far, is grab spring while this is open. I actually don't think that does anything for me. I have not seen what that could possibly do, because we still don't have POW access. Yeah, without POW access, nothing happens, right? And so I need the POW on the left and the spring on the left, ideally. And the way to do that would be with some kind of back and forth interaction. Oh yes, we were going to try the shell deflections. Let's just try it. I don't think it'll work, but I could be surprised. I really don't think that's going to be the answer, though. Yeah, no. Part of the reason it's not the answer is because we need to keep the other shell alive somehow. And we can't do that while we're holding the POW. Unless I... am kind of doing something to, you know, perhaps stack two objects on top of each other. Yeah, in order to keep the shell alive, I would need to have it suspended somehow while the POW goes down here, and I do need direct contact with the POW because that's the only way I can take out a double stack. Throw the shell up and throw the POW? No, I don't think so. Because the donut block kind of regulates that. I mean, where are you going to pick up both objects, right? I don't think that's the case. I think I may just have to reevaluate this separately, like really sort of step off stream to consider it properly. Because I have been staring at this one for quite some time. Like, I was not expecting this one to be that challenging, given that the previous one I played from Bird Dog was not bad at all. And I really feel like it must be something obvious, like something very, very easily spotted, you know, by somebody who's not kind of trapped in a bit of tunnel vision. This is never going to be within range. But yeah, the thinking was like the POW for the top left does not need to make contact. So the thinking was I can do some kind of remote activation by, say, putting the POW down here in this trap and firing from the top corner. The question is, how do I get to the top corner when I don't have more than one object to work with? Like, this doesn't get me that far. Bomb, I don't think gets me very far either, but I can check that. I would assume that as an enemy spin, the physics are going to be the same with the bomb drop. Maybe the bomb actually gets me high enough. I don't know. But it didn't seem like it. No. Because if there's something like a timed activation on the P, and if I'm able to, on the POW rather, and if I'm able to like, chuck an object towards the left side, maybe that gives me something. But I'm not really seeing it at all. And unfortunately, I think I will have to bail on this for now. I'm hoping that I'll be able to solve it in a second segment. But a little bit of tunnel vision on this right now. I kind of want to see the nature of the solution first, but I mean, I do like what I've seen so far. Not going to spoil myself with comments or anything, but let's take a look at some of the clear statistics. 21 clears. I actually kind of wonder who has this so far. Okay, a lot of the usual suspects. A lot of the usual puzzle people. Which really makes me wonder what I'm missing, because I think it must be something pretty self-evident. Like some kind of mechanic that I'm forgetting. If I kill that top left muncher, you can shell jump up there with a spiny shell. How do you... Oh, I guess if you do... Whoops. I was thinking about shell jump, but I don't know that I have a like how would a shell jump work with a spin? So I don't think I actually have that tech sort of within my pool of knowledge, because, you know, it would just collide with you directly, right? Like you would take damage from it. But maybe there's something to do with shell jumps with spiny shells that I just don't know. Up throw followed by spin. I'm kind of doubtful about that, but we can try it. And West Second Gaming, good to see you back as always. Hope the streaming has been fine on your side as well. We've kind of had a mixed bag tonight in terms of solution success. Like, we've had some that had taken a while and some that went down very easily. Okay, let's get the order down again just to get back to the spiny then. Because, yeah, I feel like most of this order seems good so far because we are actually unlocking more stuff. Like, we're looking at the puzzle in the same state, but we are unlocking things like access to the spiny shell. So far it looks right. Oh, I forgot to tap the switch. I must be getting really, actually quite tired. Given that I forgot what I was doing in terms of touching the on-off switch at all. It is a good puzzle. Like, I've, surprisingly interesting for something that actually is quite simple when it comes to the number of elements involved. But, you know, I'm always doubtful about things being... about puzzles having, like, a very technical solution in terms of execution being the problem. Like, that always makes me doubt if that's what's going on, especially if it is from a very puzzle-specific designer. And especially seeing that, you know, a lot of the clears on this are from puzzle people who aren't necessarily very technical players, but who can solve these. And it's not often that something like this will stump me this badly, but usually it's because I'm writing off something that actually does work, but which I'm persuaded doesn't work. No, these always play fair with you. Like, this is designed to be a puzzle for sure. Like, I don't think it's... Whoops. I don't think it's something terribly... okay, let's get rid of this. Pass through here. Grab the spring. Unlock. Let's pop this. I'll want that buffer of being able to take damage if I am kind of fooling around with spiny shell tech. Yeah, because the idea is that, you know, if I'm... how does this work? No. Yeah, shell jump off a sharp object. I don't know if I quite know how that collision is going to happen. I would have just assumed that it hits me. Right? Oops. Like, when you fall on top of this, it just hits you. You're not going to get a collision off of it. Unless you're spin jumping, of course, but... Okay. Yeah, still not quite seeing that. Yeah, because... I do think it's going to have to be some kind of remote activation, where... The only thing that I can see is that you need to be either in that location or be on your way to accessing that location when the POW is activated. Because if any of this other stuff is on the ground, as soon as the POW is activated, that's it. It's just kind of gone. You can do something like, you know, toss, POW, catch. But that still doesn't give you enough height to work with, because like one tile of spinning won't get you where you need to go. Yes, Durflo, I've blown it up many times. Oh, you mean like blowing it up, just letting it detonate this location? Yeah, that's not within range of anything, though, because you always have a 2-tile range on small bombs. And that also goes for this off switch right here. I mean, I was thinking about ways to detonate it down here, but then I don't see that giving me anything useful apart from trapping me. Because if you were to go through... Like, for example, if you were to come up here, whoops, come up here with the on state, go through the gate, have a timed activation of the on-off. You would be able to get the spring, but then you would reset everything as soon as you were back through the door, and so that does not look right. I think I may have to save this one. I will definitely go back to it. I'm not going to leave stuff like this unsolved, especially when I feel like I am just missing something extremely known to me, rather than something obscure. Like, usually you just kind of get a feel for it, where, you know, you kind of get the sense that it's within reach and just barely out of sight. I mean, what else can we think of in terms of being able to potentially smuggling both objects? Like, would it be something like a soft drop that would allow you to swap the spring around? Because there's a lot of stuff here that's very carefully tuned to, you know, avoid any brute forcing with edge case scenarios. It's the fact that, like, a spin puts you one block short that gets me. That you're able to get up there almost, but it really kind of teases you, doesn't it? Like, in terms of not being able to pop up to that location. Yeah, I think I need to reevaluate this one and maybe look at a video afterwards and sort of step back and look at the screen. Which, as I was saying much earlier in the stream, that's one of the things that I think actually makes streaming puzzle solving quite a bit harder than doing it on your own sometimes, is that a lot of puzzles fall surprisingly easily to taking a 5-minute break and just sort of reorienting your understanding of what your working assumptions are. And so when I'm sitting with it continuously, I am not necessarily going to make any headway. Anyway, I will try to close with one or two more. I'm not going to do anything really too complicated, but we were in the middle of Derflo's world last week, and I did want to go back to it to see if we can do one or two more, because some of those are a bit shorter than the ones that we've been putting together today. So Derflo, I got up to what was it? Vapowerize last time. There was one person in chat actually last week who was pointing out that the Vapowerize level in particular seemed like it was very kind of close to another puzzle level they had seen. That, I mean, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just saying that, like, it apparently was very close neighbor of a very well-known puzzle, apparently. But I think, you know, these have kind of been a whole series of experiences. We had 3 left to go. What was it, 12 total? Yeah, let's take a look at a few more of these just to recover from the other one for a moment and take a bit of a breather. Okay. That bumps you. This is not an icicle drop. This is just an intro screen. It's not going to be anything other than an intro screen, except as one that enforces that the switch state is off when you come into this room. We do need to check what is in everything. Okay. Interesting. Ah, okay, so now we actually have a puzzle. Okay, objective here is going to be the hard block that is on the top right. Or the doors. And doors require you to sit on top of some other object. We don't have that. Oh yeah, because no, we just dropped into this room, that's right. And this is going to be, oh, I see. So it's going to be a gravity puzzle. There's a right side up room and an upside down room. Let's just scan them quickly to look for similarities. Notice that in the upside down room that it's a one-way panel in the top corner, not a hard block on the wall. It is, however, a hard block under the one-way panel. And so yeah, let's just kind of get the initial read in. It looks like there is nothing we can meaningfully interact with our first time through here until we go through the upside down segment. But that our objective will be to go through the top right. Notice that the hard block under one-way panels, all of these are breakable with the use of the spiny shell. Also notice, there is a hard block. It's just one square displaced, which is interesting. Okay. Cloud and question block on the left side. Notice that changing the auto state here is not actually going to get me through this. And it's going to be death on the left side here. So the purpose really is just to get you to inspect a room and then go back. Once you go back, you're able to get through on this side here. And yeah, let's just trace our way through. It's actually comparatively linear so far. Karibo Shoe is going to give me what? It allows me to get through the pipe. It allows me to bust through this if necessary. It also allows me to stomp on the on-off switch, but I don't know why I would want to do that at the moment. We can always pop off to the other side and see if maybe we have some kind of insight about that. It is going to allow me to go through this door, which will then allow me to probably drop through this. No, actually, because we're not on stiletto. Anyway. We can do the displacement. Haven't done that in a long time, actually. That's very satisfying. We will need to take damage in order to get out. So, yeah, we can do that, except it sort of resets me back to having a mushroom, and that's not helpful. No, we can just hop out like that. Okay. Break. Never know how that might turn out to be useful. Up throw shell, then spin in the air would get you up in the other puzzle. Okay, interesting. Also interesting that we are now spawning a stiletto in this location. Oh yes, because of the on-off switch, I'm sure. Okay, well, this is going to get me through... Whoops. Here. And that will let me grab stiletto, which gives me all kinds of possibilities. And yeah, Durflo, that doesn't sound like the intended path. depth at all, to be honest. Yeah, let's break as much as we can. I actually should have, yeah, gone through Stiletto again here. So I can break some more of this stuff. Except this will not fit, okay. Of course not. This, however, does work. In case we need to do the stomp somehow when getting back to this room. Now, why would we want to do the stomp when getting back to this room? Because that would give me access to the door, but I already have access to the door. I don't see how that differs. However, what you can do is you can drop the boots first. Oh, I see, because you want to have access to the boot. Okay. And then we are in the off state, but that's okay because we have ways to loop around with the one-way panel. Pretty consistently, in fact. So we can grab the spiny hat if we are careful about our interactions here. Whoops. Okay, that's fine. Let's just redo this. Oh, except we burned a mushroom already. That's fortunate. Okay. Yeah, I gotta toggle this. Whoops. And yeah, let's just pass through this. Now, why did we want the on state here? Ah, yes, because that's what allows me to go through. Oh, I see. Okay, so it's kind of a... Yeah, no. I mean, the whole time, in both the upside down and the right side up locations, like these doors have kind of been an illusion anyway, because they are two separate rooms. I don't know why it took me that long to notice. I mean, it's a fairly obvious thing. It does mean, however, that I can go through here and get into somewhere else entirely. Yeah, there is a bit of a reversal going on with some of the interactions. So I just have to track my position and remember where I am in the puzzle. Which I think may require me to just rethink where we've been. Okay, that's why I've been a little bit disoriented. I think my mind's still on the previous puzzle, to be honest. Which is not necessarily the best way to approach more content. 49 seconds, we're not going to get too far in this attempt, but that's okay. That's fine, except I probably wanted... Yeah, no, I actually didn't want to toggle the switch going into this. It's just that we needed to track the switch activations, I think, when we go from room to room. And regardless, no. Like, we can do stuff like this. We have 8 seconds. Not gonna get too far with this. But we probably could have gone through here and grabbed the spiny hat. I mean, we had the spiny hat, like we were seconds away from it, so. Okay. Let's track where we are. Main world is upside down, subworld is right side up. So let's think of this as a red room. Right side up. Nowhere to go but forward. Red room upside down. Yeah. Art room at the beginning is a hint for the secret in the last room. Okay. Oh, probably that question block that we hit early on. Okay. Down we go. We can activate it as if we want. Do we want? I don't think so. Okay, no, we want a stiletto so we can actually break stuff. And because the doors, yeah, are not going to be necessarily matched the way we think. Right, because we're looking for mushroom. Yeah, because there's a red-blue room if you look at the junction on the right side, and red room. Okay. Yeah, definitely not tracking all of this very well visually today, just from having played way too much of these by now. Word to the wise, if you're going to be doing puzzles, committing to doing them for several hours on end may not be the best for your mental operation, but, you know, whatever you can handle. It's always the rule. Yeah, we wanted on state. And let's see if this does the thing I want. No, it doesn't. Yeah, it seems like we had a much more systematic approach to stiletto room earlier. Now I am able to take damage here, but there's no reason to do so. Hello, Reebox. Hope you're doing well. Hope the derusting in Odyssey and all the other 3D Mario content you've been doing has been serving you well lately. And yeah, Night Underground. It's all topsy-turvy. Okay, let's break everything we can. Absolutely everything. And yeah, we do want the current on-off state, I think. That's right. And here we go. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, what on earth was so hard about that? I'll need to take damage. But what was even the fuss? Okay, the scroll stop location on the hard block. I have to think ahead to what I could possibly do to activate it. Still looking at the cloud plus question block on the left side the whole time, and maybe it is some kind of bomb interaction. Anyway, what else can I get on this attempt? Okay, well, Spiny Head's gonna unlock just a ton of stuff at once. On-off switch up here, it looks like it's probably just gravity matched. rather than something genuinely important. Yeah. Sort of just noticing the hard block that is one block to the left of the cloud segment as well. I feel like there's a bit of a loop around or something. And that we need to be aware of. We also do know that Stiletto is able to give me a switch activation. Which isn't going to do much. There is the top right on this screen that has an additional thing to bust open, but yeah, I would need to take the left door here in order to get where I want with this part of the level. There's a lot of information to track at once, that's all, and I'm currently not tracking as well as I usually might. Okay, it looks like we can pop everything. No reason to do so, though. I think we actually just need to wrap around once more. I'm not sure what you're even talking about. Was a locking area at top right? No, I don't think it's a lock. I mean, I've got a spiny hat. And I am attempting to make my way there. Except that will require me to change the state every now and then. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Except that we probably wanted to hit this on-off with something. On every screen, it's not a soft lock. I didn't think it was a soft lock. Oh, you mean like when you come through here and you can actually, whoops, scroll to the right side and everything? Oh yeah, because it's... I see what you mean, like if you come here? Oh, okay. Oh, it breaks open, okay. That requires fire. We do not have fire, I don't think. Okay. Well, we know how to break that open now, at least. But otherwise, that should be a bomb that blows itself up. Well, it's not doing it, unfortunately. We did something to manipulate it. And things are not going. Yeah, let's try to flow through it. It's a little bit memory dependent in some ways, and my memory is not going to be in its sharpest state at the moment. Yeah, I guess I just got a question block down here in case we ever want to do anything with that information. Okay. Okay. Just want to do this loop again, in fact. Just so we understand what we're dealing with these two rooms here. Very easy to lose track. And just to forget where it was you were going. Here's the Stiletto room. We just need the off state to make it work. Okay. no, we're missing something. Oh yeah, just missing mushroom off the standard boot. Yeah, no, need to just go at the other end. And probably back in. Except... Nope, not going to work. Where was I? Yeah, no. A lot of this is just remembering my place. Like grabbing the standard shoe and taking advantage of doors and such that way. Huh. Don't want to drop down into the spike. Oh, we might have some more freedom of movement as we were looking for, and yeah, that gives me the boot. Whoops. Boot gives me mushroom. We'll see about that in just one moment. And yeah, let's have this. No, that requires stiletto. Yeah, no, at this point I just don't remember the order I had earlier. Just a lot of data tracking. Not quite seeing it. Okay, that'll do. Spent a little too long just to recover this position here. We'll do everything we can with it. I think I do need to take damage too. Oh, no, I didn't. I just needed to jump through the center gap. Yeah, I can tell that it's actually supposed to be, fairly linear in terms of the order. It's just, I think I'm getting tired enough that I'm just losing track of what it is I'm doing. In terms of where I've been coming from and where I'm going. So. Yeah, because we were just following the sequence previously and able to grab both the stiletto and standard Goomba. Because going through here, give you the correct room. No. Hang on, no, I've just completely lost track of my order. Because, yeah, it is sort of semi-linearly straightforward to loop through each of the rooms. It's just that when you're kind of beginning to lose your attentiveness, it doesn't help so much. I do have to take this. Okay. And we'll see what the order is going to do for me. Looks like on-off. Once again. Wait. And yeah, we walked through most of this previously. It's just that ran out of time. We okay. Except I need probably thinking about my on-off state here. Yeah, this is surprisingly disorienting, given that the challenges themselves are really straightforward. Oops. But I guess you just have those two variables every time in terms of, you know, which of the two screens in a subworld are you in, plus what is your on-off state. And because, you know, you're looking at one room and you're kind of guessing ahead to what the on-off state in the other one will be, it's can be a little bit hard to see what's going on. But yeah, I may just be a little bit out of sorts. Not quite playing up to standard. Yeah, I want to hit the on-off switch so I can go through. Grab the mushroom. Okay, there we go. Finally some progress. And yes. Okay. I should be able to loop through some of these just fine. I will have to stop as before. No, actually, because I don't have a stiletto. Mushroom, however. Okay. Pump out of there. And then let's pump out as much stuff as I can. Okay. I bet he could totally have gone under that location. Yeah, no, I've just completely lost track of where I am, I think. But I need a stiletto and I need to change over to the other side. Door then pipe. Let me just check the on-off once again. Yeah, no, I just have a very poor memory for some of this stuff right now. Luckily, we do have a mushroom. And yeah, you know, I actually was able to, on this attempt, go down to the bottom. I just missed it. Okay. This is fine, I think. No, except I lost progress again. Yeah, I've got to keep track of this somehow. Usually I'm a little bit sharper about being able to assign each of them like a number or something, and understanding which one I'm on. But I think I'm just a little bit wiped out at this point after some of the previous defeats. Okay. Let's just try to start on a clean slate. Because I was kind of running around in circles for a while. And okay. Let's assign the rooms numbers, perhaps. So right now we're in the subworld, and we know that the subworld is right side up. So we're going to refer to this as 2A. Yeah, we really have to do this systematically. This is going to be 1A. So 1A and 1B are kind of connected by the side doors. Same with 2A and 2B. So yeah, this is now 1B, I think. Let me just start back, and the difference is in the blue and red blocks that are on the right side of the map. And if 1A and 2A are connected, sorry, if 1A and 2A are connected, 1B and 2B are also connected. So yeah, let's just hop through here. Now we're in 2B. 2B is the location of the stiletto. This is really the only way that this will be able to get done, I think, is to actually think about it systematically somehow. 2B gives you a stiletto, but we're currently not ready to get it because we need the mushroom first. Mushroom is dependent on the green boot. So what we're going to do is we're going to transfer back to 1A. 1A will give you 2A, which gives you the green boot, as long as the switch is set to off. Okay, green boot is in location 2A, and that's going to be our first center progress. Next, we attempt mushrooms. So let's go back to what I'm calling 1A. And we should be able to drop in to the mushroom down below. Okay. We want the state to be off. Yeah, these sort of one-tile gaps by the spikes are locations that are basically supposed to be traversed with one of the two boots. Okay, so here's how it's going to work. I'm able to drop back in and take damage, in fact. No, because if I hit the off switch, I'm not able to do so. What I should be doing is thinking about getting stiletto. Okay, having a slightly easier time tracking it this time. Whoops, that's unfortunate. Yeah, the issue is that sometimes, you know, if I'm actually kind of messing up. And yeah, Derflo, I see what you mean about the way they're connected. Because of the placement of the door. Okay, I've got to redo the mushroom part. Like that's the issue, is that, you know, if I'm thrown off my pattern, then suddenly everything just falls apart. But we should be able to retrace to where we were before. Yeah, this is not hard by any means. It's all just memory in some ways. And unfortunately, because everything looks so similar, memory is actually not a trivial task. It can, in fact, be quite tricky, especially because you have to keep track of both the on-off state and the, well, everything else. Going to be all red here. Okay. Can't redo much. Oh, I know. Oh, yeah. Because no mushroom anymore. Yep, that's right. I may be too tired to do this, to be honest. I was hoping to kind of finish up with something a little more manageable than the last one, but yeah, you can't redo the mushroom. So I have to start over and just not lose the mushroom. So let's try this again. Okay, it's a fairly linear sequence. I don't see why I'm having trouble with it, except with the exception of the fact that very often you have a couple of things that require you to decide whether or not you're going to toggle the on-off switch. In this case, yeah, first sequence is going to be switch and then go back. And then we use this boot to grab the mushroom, which should not be hard. Yep. Okay. Yeah, if the bomb blew up, I probably would have already won. Yeah, I see what you mean. In that bottom location earlier. Like here, if I just sort of hit the switch and take damage... Oh, no. Because I have to fall through. Yeah, nobody needs to do... Oh, no. You see. Yeah, it's kind of too bad that it's so sensitive to minor errors of execution. Like, incredibly sensitive to it, in fact. So... But I do understand that spikes are just a form of gate control here, but still. You can do anything but don't take damage, yeah, that's the main issue here. Okay. Did I need to stop this? I don't think I did. Yeah, it can be a little bit memory dependent. Okay, it's going to unlock. And yeah, then we have to go back. Not take damage. Yeah, that's okay. I don't think that's right in terms of an intended order, but it works. You should probably re-upload this because of the bomb and the damage thing. If you do, be aware that it's going to kick me out of the world. I mean, luckily I have all the solutions already to the rest of the world, and I can just redo it off stream, but... Or just, you know, plug in the levels one at a time. But yeah, we can try to flow through it at least for this attempt, just to see if we can see how it's supposed to work in its functional state. We wanted Stiletto next, didn't we? And that'll just require me to go through the other room. Have we been breaking blocks open? I don't think we have. Oh, right, I see what I did here. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Stiletto requires off-state. Oops. Okay. Yeah, we need to break this open. Pop this. And yeah, I'm not expecting you to deal with it instantly or anything like that. No, of course not. But playtest is a playtest. And hopefully it'll be useful in some fashion anyway. Might as well break what we can. Oh, I should have just gone down directly. With a Stiletto here. That's okay, we'll just loop around. And it's going to be helpful to blow up half of this stuff anyway. Can't believe how lost I got in this thing. It's not really hard or anything. But just very easy to lose your place. Anyway, at this point I can bust through and ask myself how I could possibly take that long. Oh, forgot to bust that hard block in the middle. It's unfortunate. Also, yeah, we can bust through one more time. Oh, except now I don't have a spiny shell. This is one of your oldest levels, okay. And we just die because we don't have a spiny shell, yeah. Alright, that's fine. Let's, try to do it again. It's... Yeah, just a bit memory dependent, I think. Because sometimes, you know, you don't actually have the information on screen that allows you to work out how the next room is going to look, because at that point you haven't seen the next room yet, right? And in those circumstances, it often feels like I'm just kind of stabbing blindly at this thing until it works. Okay. That's fine. We finally got that. Bomb detonation doesn't hit you unless you hold right. That's... okay. A little bit finicky, but... red is fine. Okay. Now this... and, yeah, we want to head over to Stiletto. We don't want to fool around too much with this stuff here. No. Why did I think I could jump into that? Did you see? Yeah. I'm having a surprising amount of trouble with this, just sort of getting back into position. Okay. Yeah, a bit of a dire win-loss record on the puzzles in this session, that's for sure. It just was one of those where it was a little bit rough, but that's the risk you take when you decide to tackle some of the harder stuff. or tackle something unfamiliar, I think it's always a bit of a risk. And to the extent that, you know, some other players just don't like to do puzzles, you can see that that's one of the reasons why they might not be inclined to do so, is that you are always kind of taking that risk of having a lot of dead time. And okay, mushroom and then stiletto. Yeah, from a kind of, you know, blind perspective, I don't find it straightforward at all. Like, you can tell that each sequence is kind of roughly linear, but it does feel like I'm kind of constantly guessing. But again, I'm not tracking the mazes well as I usually do. Oh, it's an old level from Maker 1. Okay, that makes sense then. That makes sense. Why, you know, people would be saying that it was extremely familiar. I mean, obviously with the difference of some of the on-off mechanics that were added. Yeah, in some places this really is like one big memory game. Like, I don't really feel like I'm putting together much logically, but you know, we're muddling through it and we'll figure something out. Okay. So going to go through this side here once again, and yeah, my objective is to grab the mushroom, and then mushroom will take me to the stiletto room. But we need to not take damage with the mushroom. That's the thing that's been killing me consistently. Okay. Might as well bust everything we can. This was a bit of a guess. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Here we are, at long last. Okay. So now we go down with the stiletto. Don't think I can get anything here. And yeah, if I drop it down below in the next segment here, then I'm able to access the side. Yep. Okay, okay. Progress, finally. Yeah, because I'm able to take damage here, and then I grab the spiny hat. Okay, that's gonna peel that hit. Ah, okay, and so now you want the bomb to be loaded onto the cloud, right? Is that the idea? Yeah, I don't know. I don't see what the activation is supposed to be. Like, I'm not really sure what you're going for here. So, because I'm not actually stuck, am I? Like, is there some kind of positional manipulation I'm still able to do? It doesn't really look like it. Unless I'm expected... Oh, I see. No, because I took damage from the spiny hat. If I didn't take damage from the spiny hat, I would be able to bust through this block and get through, right? Yeah. Yeah, The thing is, because the bomb detonation is off screen, there's no way you would know that, right? Like, there's no way you would know not to press against the wall. I just don't think this concept really necessarily works, but that's okay. I can try one that's outside your world. If there's one that's sort of, you know, more of an actual logic puzzle. If not, I'm probably going to close down pretty soon. We have had quite a few that we got through today, so. But yeah, as you can see, you know, I did get through the arrangement in your world up to number 9, up to that one. And it was just kind of a surprise that we hit something that was sort of more like the maze that we just saw. Which didn't give me that much to work with. But I could try to bring in one more. But I'm also clearly very, very tired and probably not able to solve much more today, so. Yeah, kind of an unfortunate win-loss record in today's clears. Because we spent like a long time trying to do the bomb detonation and was missing something critical. We took a look at the earlier version of Biggie Swole's level to try to get the 3rd and last exit, and I knew that was going to be hard because, you know, we had previously cleared the other 2. So, yeah, kind of a slow session in terms of actually getting through stuff, but I think we'll just have to call it for the time being. So anyway, thank you very much, everybody who joined me today, for occasionally kind of staring at things for quite a long time. Don't look at my video for your level. Ah, okay, I see. I'm kind of curious about it anyway, Biggie Swole, so we'll probably take a look. So yeah, not the most successful day when it comes to puzzles. But, you know, sometimes these things come in streaks and slumps, and if you stare at things for long enough, you can go on a real slide. So, have a good day, all of you. I am going to scan around quickly for a raid because we do have a couple of people we can pass on to even more Mario Maker if that interests you. I'm sure we can find somebody interesting, so I will look around for just a moment and send you on to somebody very soon. And yeah, Biggie Swole is looking forward to that final piece of the puzzle so we can see what's going on with the CP1 exit at long, long last after playing through various iterations of that for several weeks. So, in the meantime, thanks for watching. Have a good morning, afternoon, etc. We'll send you on to somebody else shortly, and all of you have a very good day. We'll be back with more Mario Maker through the week. Not necessarily puzzle streams, it'll be some other things. Viewer levels probably over the weekend as usual. And most of you folks remaining know that we have the scheduling in the Discord. So, once again, have a good day. All of you, thanks for joining, and fare thee well.